I'm the wise old man, and I'm here today to tell you all about the wonderful world of old school Runescape, one of the world's largest and most popular MMORPGs. Unique in uniting the intricate mechanics of modern MMOs with the point-and-click gameplay of early role-playing games. This game is truly led by its community. The players decide what new content to vote on. If a proposal reaches a certain voting threshold, the developers will add it to the game. Sometimes, players even help design the content themselves. Oh, democracy. Our cross-platform gameplay means you can explore Gielinor on the go. Whether you play on mobile or desktop, you'll be playing on the same account in the same game worlds. Take your adventure anywhere. We have hundreds of unique, lore-rich quests that combine epic puzzles, intense battles, and enchanting narrative with the nostalgic humor of point-and-click adventures. Rediscover the secret to rune magic. Uncover the mystery behind the devastating plague in West Ardoin. Or help Yanni Salaka with just one small favor. Play as the lone adventurer, seeking glory through individual challenges. Or band together with other heroes to leave your mark on the game. With 23 skills to master and dozens of unique raids and bosses to defeat, old school Runescape has a challenge for everyone. Let's get back to those skills I mentioned. You can travel the world, slaying fearsome beasts. Or kick back and try a spot of fishing. You can even build your own house and fill it with loot from all your adventures. If fishing or making potions isn't quite your scene, you'll be pleased to learn that Gielinor's full of terrifying beasts. Now, before you go swinging your sword around when it's not wanted, you'll want to train your melee skills. Or, if you'd rather keep your distance, try range or magic to attack from afar. I'm something of a magician myself, you know. Ah, refreshing. Once you're fighting fit, you'll find plenty of bosses to try your mettle. Fight them solo, or with a group of friends. And if you're lucky, you could walk off with some rare loot. What you do with it is up to you. Use it to challenge even bigger bosses, or head to the Grand Exchange to trade it with other hopeful adventurers. In our thriving sandbox economy, you can buy and sell all sorts of things. Mighty weapons, useful potions, even a stylish blue party hat like mine. If you fancy even more action, you might like to venture into the wilderness, a vast and scary place where other players can attack you. Whether you're alone or with a team, PvP can be a lot of fun. Just don't bring anything you aren't willing to part ways with. So you see, there's no right or wrong way to play our beautiful game. Whether you're a skiller, a slayer, or a player versus player, come join us in Gielinor today.
That's right, Brad. It is bizarre and an inexplicable choice. And hello, Evie23. Hello, Brad Pritchard. Hello, Nick C. Hello, Fullblood Freddy Contreras. Oh! And, oh, thank you, Meki EV7, for saying hi to everyone else. I guess I'll say hi back. He comes in, first thing, hi, Evie. I guess since he's an Evie, it's not too surprising, but... Oh no, Brad, you don't like the sales pitch for the wizard? I kind of figured you would not be big into this game, although I do think that it has several selling points. It's old, it's archaic, the interface is weird. It's not like the other MMOs. It seems like it's like if the makers of Pool of Radiance were gonna make an MMO, it'd be like this. I've had my eye on trying RuneScape for a while. I wonder if Joss is gonna show up and try to talk me out of it. Guess it is this or one of the other MMOs. It's about as good as you're gonna get. Well, and I think that's sort of the appeal of this. Is it's nothing like the other MMOs. In fact, the reason that is old school RuneScape is because like 10, 12 years ago, they started changing the main game to make it more like World of Warcraft, and it pissed a lot of people off. So they started old school to jump back to like the 2007 version, and it's been a whole separate game. Like it's evolved since then, but none of the changes happen unless the players vote them in, which is kind of interesting. So what you end up with is a game that's it's not trying to be like any other MMOs. It's really its own thing. Rocking the classic RuneScape. This, yeah, I tried regular RuneScape once or twice for like 10 minutes over the years, and it didn't stick. But I've been hearing, I don't know if it's just the algorithm or what, but I've suddenly been getting fed a lot of videos touting how great old school RuneScape is, and a lot of the content providers, like in the last few months, it's been on my radar, and a lot of people are putting this in their S tiers along the other MMOs that I do like. And I don't quite get, like, I don't know if I've been playing it all week. So, but I'm still, the whole time I'm playing, I'm like, I don't know if I'm enjoying this. But then like the next night I'll be like, nah, I kind of want to play it some more. Work posted on your board that August 30th, 31st, 71st, and 2nd are key dates, meaning if you call in sick, you get double points. Oh, you're off this day. All right, good for you. You escaped that problem for sure. And that's actually a whole thing. The whole controversy has been people making videos like, no, it's not just about nostalgia, because nostalgia doesn't capture people for the amount of time that this game captures people. So, sure, nostalgia is a part of it, but nostalgia is like, if the game sucks, you're going to go and be like, yeah, I remember when this is cool, and you'll play it for like maybe an hour or two and be like, all right. There's something about this game that, and I'm not saying it's for everybody, and I don't even know if it's for me, honestly. But there's something about this game that really clicks hard with people, and it's not just nostalgia, but it's got to be more than just nostalgia for it to have the kind of like dedicated player base that it has. What happened to my supermarket? I expanded it a little bit and it got frustrating, and so I decided like I was just gonna let it. I got the second register, hired the stock person, expanded the store a little bit, and it just started, like I kept saying, if it got bigger, I think I would stop having as much fun, and that kind of happened, but it did sort of kind of happen because I felt like the game was not, like the game needs more time in the oven to work out, like once it starts getting complicated, how the game handles it. Or how I handle it. It was still absolutely playable, but yeah, I just think I reached a point where I was like, I think I had the fun that was available in its current iteration that I was destined to have, and I will revisit it as needed or as desired. It was still like something where I could randomly just feel like get an itch and play it. It's that kind of game, but I'd scratch the itch. You have a point system. If you call in too much, you get fired. Well, yikes. Double points on certain times because they're key dates. Okay. Yeah, a lot of jobs have certain rules. What was it on ours? If you call off more than 5 times, not at my job now, but like jobs I've had before that were more focused on that sort of thing. It was like, if you call off more than 5 times in a 12-month rolling period, so it's not just 5 times in like 2023. it's 5 times within the previous 12 months or whatever date it is. The 6th time during that period, you get written up, and then it's like a 3 strikes you're out. So you end up with, I think, an allowance for 8 call-offs. So that's interesting, though, a point buy system with certain days having more points. I haven't heard that before. Yeah, hey, Mike. Yeah, 9 minutes. You're 6 hours early for the gameplay. Have I even talked about the dog yet? No, I haven't. She's right there. Although it's a little dim in here, so it's sort of hard to tell. Maybe I can turn up the, Here, let me turn up the exposure a little bit. She's still dark. Now I actually need to turn the gain down because it's too bright. There we go. So she's still just a dark blot on my bed. Joss will be upset he missed me playing. He enjoys RuneScape for whatever reason. Now, I want to say I brought it up to him before, and I don't know that he plays old school RuneScape. I want to say he plays regular RuneScape, which is also grindy as hell. One of the big differences is like the new RuneScape is filled with microtransactions, so you can buy your way up to your skill points and stuff, and that's like a lot of the people that are really into the style of game just don't like the idea that no one can tell for sure if they earned what they had unless you play in Iron Man mode. So a bunch of people who play regular RuneScape do Iron Man, but then you can't do like the auction house or trade with other people when you're doing Iron Man. So it like makes the game in some ways kind of harder to deal with. Oh, he does play old school. Old school is definitely the one that's the most popular. It's like, it's actually right up there. I think World of Warcraft is still the top game played, and followed by Final Fantasy 14, and then I think old school RuneScape is right up there with Final Fantasy 14 in terms of the number of people who play it. So, you don't think diapers on a dog will work for you? Every dog you've ever had would just eat the diaper. Oh, we're talking about Brad's. Because of the urinary retention issue, which is one of the wonderful byproducts you got from spending thousands of dollars on a purebred. Was that what you attributed it to, Brad? Is all that inbreeding led to a weak bladder? That was just a complication of bad genes? Pure genes, rather? I know that the bladder problem and the purebred thing came up in close proximity in the conversation. Yeah, I don't know, Nick. You might like it. I don't know. You might hate it. I don't know how it has the kind of appeal that it has. That's sort of what I'm trying to figure out. And I'm enjoying it enough that I keep going back to it because it's really chill. It doesn't feel like really playing an MMO. It's really chill. And I've been trying both. Almost equally. RuneScape, I probably played this a little more, but I played regular RuneScape, or what they now call RuneScape 3, is regular RuneScape, because it's like in its third, it's been majorly overhauled a couple of times, so this is its third iteration. And, but they had separate development paths starting like 10, 12 years ago. So, like, old school RuneScape does change and it does develop. It's not like it's frozen in time. But it has a very different direction than the other ones since it was its inception. You made chicken lasagna for your hubby and it was so yummy. Well, cool. I'm glad you enjoyed your chicken lasagna. You took her to Fancy Vet and they said one of her 2 ureters doesn't actually go to the bladder. Where does it go? Does it? What? And 2 ureters? Isn't a ureter a pee hole? Do dogs have 2 pee holes? I'm just getting more confused now. Is the second pee hole, like most dogs are like, hey, I got like 2 strong jets of urine coming out because all of my ureters are hooked up in the right place. Oh, you also have 2 ureters. I'm thinking urethra. I don't even know what a ureter is then. You're capable of holding your bladder for several hours, and your mom is not your dad's mom. That's good. Yeah, well, I think Mike has solved the case. He's broken the case. You doubt you'd like it. You can't deal with much grinding in games anymore. Yeah, and that's sort of like... I'm trying to figure out, like, is that why people really like it? Like, it's just literally, they just love grinding skills? I don't know. For me, the jury is still out on why people are so obsessed about this game. Because people are, like, obsessed about it. And a lot of people really like it. And think it's, like, really great. And yeah, it's definitely yeah, I'm confused by it. I'm confused by the experience because, like I said, I keep going back. I don't know. I could stop playing tomorrow and not touch it again, for all I care. I'm not, and or I could look back 5 years from now at the ruin my life has become because all I ever do is play old school RuneScape, and I curse the day I decided to try it out to see what it was all about. I don't know what's going to happen. Ureters go from the kidney to the bladder. Oh, I didn't know that either. You're descended from English nobility, so it's highly likely that someone in your ancestry was banging their cousin. Yeah, well, it's part of the... It's like the rules, right? That's how you got to keep that bloodline pure. It's all cousins. So removed, you know, mostly, they're all cousins. I don't think the family tree is very wide. You think Mike's... You turn out all right, so you're not likely the product of a noble banging their maid. There you go, some healthy commoner stock saved your genetic makeup. And just goes, the second your reader just goes nowhere. So there's 2 ureters that go from the kidney to the bladder. But what would that have to do with incontinence? That the problem is between the kidney and the bladder. Or you think the peeing would happen because of what happens between the bladder and the outside of the body. Like somewhere that line of communication has been a little bit miffed. But that issue with the ureter is what causes your dog to piss itself constantly. Like, from what you described, it sounds like your dog is pretty much at all times in a state of urinating. Like, if there's anything inside of it, it's leaking out. Period. Does it ever have just like regular pees where it's like, I'm gonna do an honest to God pee right now, and then it pees normal, and then it lays down and just dribbles for the next 6 hours? I'm sorry, Brad. That's a lot. That's a lot to deal with. Oh, she still does regular pees too. Okay. And some days she doesn't leak? Alright. That's fair. So, have any of you actually played RuneScape or old school RuneScape at all? Because they are free. I'm not paying anything right now. Although I'm starting to see, like, the appeal of getting a subscription, because there's a lot of content that's just kind of locked off. Like, it's not one of those games where you get the whole game. There's, like, a lot of the quests are just like, oh, they're member-only quests, and I think they're whole areas of the game and everything are just members only. You haven't played with in your Steam account? Okay, leave it. Well, yeah, that's true. It does cost you your time. That's true. But the reason I bring up that it's free is because, you know, that can be a reason for someone like like me, where I'm like, why is everyone making such a big deal about this game? And I tried, like I said, I tried regular RuneScape a couple times over the years. I'd just mess around. I'd mess around with it for 15 minutes and be like, "Nah, I don't think I'm into this." But I kind of got this time was like, because people are making such a big deal about it, and people who's like content creators who specialize in MMOs, who I kind of like, I respect their opinions. Like Josh Strife Hayes, for example, is someone who I kind of respect his opinions about MMOs, and all he can do is gush about this and other people who seem like, I don't know. Well, a lot of them it's because it's what they played when they were in elementary school. That's so Brad's saying about the nostalgia factor. And it may not be nostalgia in the sense of like, oh, I remember how much fun I used to have, therefore I'm going to play 1,000 hours right now. Like, but I think it could be the nostalgia or whatever that experience of getting hooked on it as a kid that's just carried over into adulthood. I don't know. Do you actually love a Josh Strife Hayes video, Brad? You don't RuneScape, you manscape? And Brad, when you say too expensive for you, you're talking about your time. The way I'm kind of looking at it is, it's just like a sandboxy thing that it's just a place to chill out. That's sort of what the appeal has been, because I kind of need. Now, I'm not saying I'm done with Final Fantasy 14, but I felt like I kind of needed a break from it because it's kind of demanding of your attention when you play it. And this is like one of those kind of perfect games where you can just have videos playing on the second screen. And there are quests and things where you do need to pay attention to focus sometimes. And they're different than regular MMO quests too. There's so much about it that is different. But that's where I'm kind of like, okay, I can see, like, just this feels different. In a lot of ways it feels like it's kind of rough, but it's kind of charming at the same time. You like his "Was It Any Good" videos more than his "Worst MMO Ever" ones, though? I think the "Worst MMO Ever" series is what exploded and made him big, right? Was It Any Good? Was that what he did before that? Or is that just a separate series? I'm not sure. I know I've watched a bunch of videos of his. And it was some of the videos that he made about RuneScape in the last. Well, he's talked about it a couple times within the last year, and I think it was in 2021 he did "Should You Play" or whatever, for both RuneScape 3 and Old School, and yeah. So once I started looking at RuneScape and those videos popped up, and then that started really being like, I think he was probably the single most significant content creator that when he talked it up the way he did, I was like, should I give it a go? I don't know if I like really, because people say you really got to get like into it for a while before you really get it, and I just don't know if I've got the stamina to get there, to like for the long haul. But I have been enjoying it this week. Oh, Was It Any Good is newer and ongoing. And very interesting when it's a game you're into. Okay. Oh, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. Okay. I might have seen it, but I was really into those games. Soul Reaver 2. Soul Reaver 1 and 2. Where you're Azrael or Raziel. Yeah, those, I really liked those games back in the day. I don't know if I tried to play them now, if I would feel like they held up. But especially the second one. The second one almost felt like a superior reboot of the first one. Deception kind of ass, but still kind of liked it. Did you ever play the original, the first Legacy of Kain that was like the isometric top-down one? That's one of those games I don't think ever, like, you can play on modern systems. It never showed up on like GOG or anything like that. I mean, you probably get it to work, but But I still have like fond memories of Soul Reaver 1 and 2. Well, I might as well get into the game. Because I can talk shit from inside the game just as well.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Although I may have to make some adjustments to actually make it run. Now that I think about it, I don't think OBS is going to pick it up because it's in a window. That looks like it could be very loud. I may need to adjust some stuff once I get into it. All right. Let me see what I can do to pick this up. Window capture. Properties. Okay. Oh, that doesn't quite work, does it? That's interesting. Why is it not, maybe it's because I have it stretched? All right, let's go. It's taking up my full 1440p screen. I don't know why it's not filling up the whole thing, but I can fix that. It's probably because of the way I had this set up before, the source. I probably should have screwed with all this before. Here, we're just gonna do... Where's the thing where I can stretch it? There we go. Just give it just a wee stretch. Because it actually has it's actually got my desktop taskbar at the bottom that it's not picking up. That's why it didn't quite fit the screen. Do not read my previous posts. I can reward you handsomely, for I am of noble blood. But like, not banjo picking noble blood. And there you go. Elementary school PC games were Math Blaster and the Oregon Trail. I guess things didn't change very much from when I was in elementary school. I think Oregon Trail was... Well, Oregon Trail was when I was in high school. That's when that stuff... in elementary school, maybe that existed? I just remember in junior high, we had Taipan and Oregon Trail. I think that was like 8th grade. Or 9th. Maybe it was my first year of high school. I took computers. Anyways. You got in trouble for installing Wolfenstein 3D on a school computer? Rad. You thought the worst MMO ever was the first iteration of Final Fantasy XIV? It was, by all accounts, not a good game. I never tried it. Let's see. I should probably... I think I turned the volume way down when I was doing this the other day. Because I was watching videos on the side. Can you hear that awesome music? Seems pretty sweet. All right. As long as you can hear the awesome music and it's not drowning me out. I think I'm also gonna move my camera over. Where's a good place? Probably nothing too important in the upper left hand of the screen, so I'll put myself over here. There. So you can see all the really cool elements of the interface. Oregon Trail came out in the 70s? Maybe it was around. I just wasn't paying attention when I was in elementary. Because, like, when I was in elementary school, we did have a computer lab, but I think it was, like, 4 TRS-80s in the library. And it might have had those games on it. I honestly can't remember. I remember I did take, like, a little basic programming class in elementary school. So, probably those things were on there then. I just remember when I took computer class in 9th grade, that me and the guy next to me played a lot of Taipan, which is basically just like a trading game. You don't think you ever made it to Oregon? Lots of starvation. Just like when you tried to play Realms of Arcadia. And that game was too hard for 12-year-old. Is that one of those Raymond Feist-based games? By the way, Brad, how's your Raymond Feist? Have you stuck with the Raymond Feist books, the Rift War saga? It's been a while since I checked in on that. Oh, it's some German tabletop role-playing game. Okay. You finished the Rift War saga. Well, it's like there's a whole like little universe of books to do with that. You read all those, or is there like a core series and you read that, and then there's all the spin-offs and you still waiting for you? So yeah, this is my dude. His name is Strom 2. Because Strom was taken, and then they wanted to be Strom and a bunch of numbers after it. And I was like, well, if they're gonna put a bunch of numbers after his name, I'm just gonna rename him with as like the second, you know, like King Strom the Second. The first 4 are the Rift War saga, and there are other series. Okay, so you've done that core main series though. See, how can you all guys already... Is anyone feeling like, wow, you know what? I had this game all wrong. This looks really cool. So I'm actually playing on an alternative version. It's still the same game, but it's through a different launcher that's been officially integrated into the Runescape launcher. And it's but it's basically like it's got a bunch of convenience mods, graphical mods, all sorts of other things. So, the original old school RuneScape does not look this nice. Reminds you of The Sims? I can see that. Graphically, like, I can see some similarities to The Sims. Sort of the isometric point of view. Houses with ceilings that drop down. Yeah, they're fairly common style among a lot of games. Banker couldn't handle dirt, and it made him die from dysentery. Uh-oh. They were mostly good, as long as you don't think there should be female characters. Well, there was that princess, or duchess, the duke's daughter, or whatever. That was a female. I read the first book. I don't know what happened to her after the first 50 pages, but she was a character, and she was female. But it was just like his love interest. Oh yeah, so I think what I was doing in this game last time I played it was I have a quest to find 4 colored beads that were stolen from a wizard by imps that have scattered all over the world. And I found one of the spots in the world where the imps spawn outside the south gate of the city. And so there's one. I just came over here and started killing them. Now I could go to the auction house and look for these beads too. But, you know, I'm not in a hurry to get anything done. Check out this combat, you guys. That's one of the charms. Oh, it teleported. I think I'm still target on it. The imps teleport. one of the charms of this game is and something they went away from in the main game, RuneScape 3. RuneScape 3 has abilities like World of Warcraft. This one was just like, hey, are you you're either melee or ranged, like a bow and arrow, or magic, where you're like shooting the lightning or whatever. And that's it. I think there's spells too if you have magic that you can cast. Let me see. A blue wizard hat and some fiendish ashes. Yeah, it's true, the imps really didn't do anything to deserve this. One of the cool things about this game is if you want to run to actually move, there's a ticker up here of how many seconds left, run time remaining, and you run out of it, and once you do, you can only walk like this. That's one of the things about regular RuneScape, they pretty much eliminated that so you can run all the time. Like in a regular MMO, if you want to walk, it's more for RP. Like, you just push a button and it makes you walk. But you don't have to walk. You can run all the time. In other MMOs. In this MMO, walking slowly is the main way you're going to be getting around. Uh-oh. He teleported again. My guy's going to find him. Have I been playing Final Fantasy on my Steam Deck lately? Because the new update and the controls have been weird. Like, you can't use a button for character actions easily anymore. I have not played Final Fantasy on my Steam Deck. So there was a pretty massive update. I haven't played it since the update. But I would imagine that since the game still supports controllers, that and I know I customize certain things on my Steam Deck to make it work in the first place the way that I like. It got too hard for me to manage with just the default controls. But I'll be honest, because I'm not used to playing anything on a controller. And Final Fantasy has always been designed to be playable on a controller, but I have a hard time, just in general, playing a game like that on a controller. But you've been trying to play Final Fantasy again? Alright, I know there's more of these little bastards out here. There's one. This is heart-pounding excitement. Look at this. I'm getting the cinematic view. It's just like watching a movie. An action movie. High octane. Where's Peter Jackson to direct this combat scene? I got a red bead! Finally. Hey, there's another one. Come back. Come here. Oh, he disappeared. Where he got off to? Uh-oh. I hope this ominous stone does not cause any problems. Where am I going? Here, catch up. He teleported again? See, look at how exciting this is. What a game mechanic, huh? I'm gonna get you, imp. I think there's like a 1 in 30 chance that they drop beads too, so you gotta fight a lot of these guys. Hey, look, my defense is now level 10. And my combat level is 14. I think there's actually what they call an adventure path. It's like a series of achievements. So there's a guy, since I got defense 10, I can check into. He'll give me a reward back in like the starter city. Ah, I see one of those little bastards. I see you, buddy. They don't always teleport either. Why did I go to them? Don't teleport. The controls are annoying you. You're hoping the new maintenance thing will fix your issues. Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe something else might be going on. Now, the one thing that I did find happened that was irritating was, and it was kind of weird, but sometimes I had to hit the Steam button, like to go back out to the main Steam interface and then go back into Final Fantasy again, or else a large number of the control elements from like the specific controls of Final Fantasy would not work correctly. So if you just launch it and play it, it was like a bunch of shit wouldn't be working, and then literally just hit the Steam Deck button, go back to like the menu of the Steam Deck and go back into the game, and then everything would be working again. So that is literally the only thing that I could say that maybe you try to do. Where the fuck did this guy go? I don't know. I'll probably never see him again. Because it is possible that their update broke it, but it seems... I don't think the update had anything to do with changing control schemes is the thing. So I'm thinking it's more like the Steam Deck itself behaving weird with Final Fantasy. And partially because you launch it through Steam, but it's actually a separate launcher, so I think sometimes Steam Deck gets confused. Because it's like, yeah, it's a Steam game, but it's not a Steam game. So the way that it keeps track of what it's doing, I think can get thrown off. But actually, like, the thing that's funny about Final Fantasy XIV for me right now is I'm in the Heavensward, I'm in the expansion content, and it's actually, it's getting a lot, it's like, and I enjoyed it up to now, but it, like the story and what you do and the quests and the world design and everything, and starting for the expansion is a lot better. But I also just have a little bit of Final Fantasy fatigue from playing it so much. A mind talisman, huh? Okay, I'm gonna need... Oh, some of these ashes. I can, There's certain things you get, like if you get bones and you bury them, it increases your prayer skill. And the same is for these ashes. If I scatter fiendish ashes, that's my prayer skill going up. There's probably other shit you can do with them, but that's one of the fun things about this game is inventory management. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 28 inventory slots. That never increases. So you got to keep going back to the bank. Oh, I got a black bead as well. I got 3 out of the 4 beads. Let's see. Well, we'll put that on my belt. Oh. Oh. I have a stack of 100. Oh, they're bolts, not arrows. Crossbow bolts. Is that the deal? Yeah, I have bronze arrows in my inventory, not bolts. That's probably... I thought I could just... Oh, I'll just stack it with what I already got. Got some bread dough, a wizard's hat, some berries, and 1 crossbow bolt. Man, these guys really dropped the fat loot. What does this potion do? Examine potion. This is meant to be good for spots. I don't know what that means. I'm going to come back this way. Maybe I'll drink some of this potion. Use potion. I guess I can't. Oh, it's like I have to use it on something. But there is something about, like, how basic this gameplay is. It's just extremely chill. One could say boring. And burnt meat, huh? Alright, look, that guy's right there. 3 hours of murdering helpless imps? I don't know, they look pretty suspicious to me, Brad. I don't know if it's murder, if it's justified. They look like little devils, Brad. They probably up to no good. They stole the beads from the wizard that enlisted me to get these. Why do they keep dropping bread dough? It's a weird thing for imps to be carrying around. The only reason they seem incapable of harming me is because I'm so excellent. Speaking of which, I should change my combat style. This is the other thing you can do, is depending on what you want to level, you change whether you're chopping, slashing, lunging, or blocking. And I did blocking to get my defensive skill up. But let me see. Let's see what my... let's check out what I still got on this combat path. Weapons Master, get 20 in the attack skill. Bodybuilder, 20 strength. And Mithril Defense, get 20 defense. I think the other two, attack is how well you hit. Strength is how hard you hit. So I think Weapons Master is what I'm going to go for next. And for that, Chop is a slash attack that increases your attack experience. The other one is... So this, I want to use this version for attack experience. I think he wasn't going home to bake bread, Brad. I think he stole that from somebody who wanted to bake bread. So somewhere out there is a small child who was looking forward to freshly baked bread. And now his family's going hungry. Because the evil imp... Oh, look, this one actually has the bread. The evil imp took it away. The imps have a refined baking culture? I don't know if that's true. I think you're making that up, Brad. I don't know if I believe you. I think you're just playing devil's advocate. Because they're imps. Alright. You wanted to sit by the river and eat some bread? Maybe they are just all trying to have a picnic. Alright, let's see what this one's up to. Hey, buddy! Hey, buddy! Oh, he teleported. Alright, we won't worry about him now. We'll go after this one. This one's right here. But yeah, they really aren't hurting me very much, are they? I have a pretty good sword, I think. Otherwise, I'd do a two-hander, but I think this one-hander is actually... Oh, getting so full here. Okay. There's area... There's no shortcut for the map, either. Is there some place I can bake this bread around here? There's a furnace. That's where you smelt ore. A pub. A bank. You'd think somewhere in this town would be a place to cook bread. That they would normally actually have the, could be on the second floor. Is there an upper floor? Oh, no. Let's see over here. What's it called? A cooking range. And it looks like a little saucepan. Oh yeah, there's one. Cooking range. It's right in the middle of the castle. I wonder if I can even go in there. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut right across all this shit. I'm using all of my run points. The junk gathering is really moving along. It's true, look at... Look at how much shit I got. Well, I can bury some of this stuff. Let's scatter the ashes. We got that. I think I'm gonna sell some of this shit if I could find a general store. Well, I don't have a quest to kill the swans, Brad. That's why. There's a chicken, too. I could kill the chicken probably if I needed meat, but I got it way too much food. I might as well cook the stuff the stuff that I've got. Let's see. So we'll cook the bread from the two things. Then we'll cook the chicken. Here we go. We're gonna scatter these fiendish acid. I forgot about that one. Hey, Jada Goat. Oh no, I'm not an Iron Man. I think if now I'm just getting into RuneScape for the first time, like in the past week. And I've been trying both RuneScape 3 and Old School. And I think I would be tempted if I decided to spend more time in RuneScape 3 to do Iron Man there. Because of all the goofy crap you can get up to if you're not an Iron Man in RuneScape 3. All the pay-to-win stuff. But in this one, I feel like everyone earns their way. Everyone knows that you didn't fudge to get the stuff that you have, really. I guess technically you could if you're buying like the whatever those the things you can buy stuff that sell in-game for people to buy like account time with in-game currency. So, well yeah, that's basically what I'm doing is I've just heard so much about Old School RuneScape, and it's popped on my radar mostly through YouTube. Particularly in the last couple weeks or last couple months, it's popped up on my radar a lot. And people keep putting Old School RuneScape at the top. Like, people that like the same kind of MMOs that I like are putting this right up there with them. So I was like, I need to check it out. I need to spend some time. Because once or twice over the years, I would install regular RuneScape and mess around with it for a few minutes, and I'd be like, I'm just not really getting it. So this time, because I got a little bit of hype, I said I need to buckle down and spend a little bit of time in this. So this has been sort of the main game I've been playing this week. I've been bouncing between this and RuneScape 3. You're probably not going to be too impressed with my stats. So, and I've been kind of aimless, but yeah, total is 142. So, I've just been sort of doing the beginning adventure paths. Like, I just hit 10 defense. And I've been kind of doing quests. So, I'm doing the quest now where you have to get beads from the imps. And my inventory got filled up, so... And... let's see... got my, some of this crap, and some of this crap. I don't think I'll ever need burnt meat. Why the hell not? I'll put it out in there, too. Oh, I burnt bread as well. Alright, and the hammer... crap. I'll just save it because I can't think of anything better to do with it right now. Probably just sell it. My defense is 10 and my attack is 10. I've been very carefully raising them proportionally. I've been doing the adventure path for... let me see, what is it? The combat path, where it's like first get 5 in attack and get 5 in strength and get 5. So I get 5, 5, 5. And then 10, 10, 10. I've been only working on, like, the melee stuff. I haven't touched, like, the range for the magic. No. You don't need to buy me gear, dude. Oh, my God. But, yeah, it's 10. I'm 10s all the way across. Now, the only reason I'd be a little bit, like, don't go too far out of your way, because, like I told everybody, I'm trying this out It's possible tomorrow I'm like, nah, I've had enough of this. I also tend to be a very solitary player. So, like, I don't join guilds, and I play MMOs a lot, but I don't, like, join in with people or anything like that. Because I'm a solitary player. I'm one of those people that, that's why I probably should play Iron Man, huh? I'm in, I think, World 430? 430, I think. Too late! You already did! Alright, well, I thank you for your generosity. You fixed the controls. Did you do what I said where you just hit the Steam Deck button and then went back in and now it works? Oh my gosh! Is that from you, the genie? There you are, Master Son. I'm so glad you summoned me. Please rub this lamp. Oh, I think this is totally just random other thing. Rub lamp. What do I want to advance? I think I'm actually working on attack right now. So randomly shit will just show up and give you presents. Hey, my attack is now 11. Yeah, no, I've seen that happen a few times. It's just, for a second I thought, I don't know what, like, how you get stuff to someone else in this game. So I was like, hey, maybe you pushed a button, you made that genie show up. It's like, totally, you can tell how much of a noob I am, because I've never traded anything with anyone. Alright. I'm just gonna be, you probably know exactly where I am, too. I was like, I'll show you on the map where I am. You're like, nope, trust me. Okay, I can give you 5. No, I already cooked the bread dough. I made the loaves of bread. I put them. I burnt 1 or 2 of them, but they're in my bank now because if there's interest, then a few years from now I might have 2 burnt loaves of bread. Yeah, I'll get more. All right, there was an imp in those trees, and it just teleported away. Wait a minute. Okay. Do. Yeah, I'm almost surprised. Jade the Goat. Like, nobody watches my stream anymore except people that already know to look for me. How did you even find my stream? Am I about to go viral? Yeah, old school RuneScape is like the hot. It's like the hot thing to be streaming right now. It just popped up randomly. Okay. You're like, hey, look, there's this guy playing RuneScape, old school RuneScape. He's got 8 viewers. I'm in. Old school RuneScape brings the audience. People love what? You know what? I mean, that's actually true. It is a heavily watched game. It's a very popular game to watch. On Twitch in particular, where they track that kind of thing pretty heavily. Oh, I appreciate that, Jay the Goat. Oh, uh-oh. Was that a... Oh, it's an egg. I thought it was my last, I thought it was my last little thingy. So, Jay, how much time... You don't have to say, like, how many hours, but would you say you've spent a lot of time in old school? And I'm curious how much you've tried RuneScape 3. Like, how long you've been playing. I'm just curious what your background is with RuneScape. I'm gonna guess you've played both. Hey, JR. I'm sort of... Right now, I'm doing the quest where you get beads from imps. And I'm just kind of doing that. I'm not feeling terribly ambitious. The thing that I'm enjoying about this game so far, I'm pretty new to it, is it really doesn't feel like other MMOs in general. It's very... I'm really liking the sort of the chill energy of it. And I've been playing RuneScape 3 as well at the same time. 48 days and 23 hours in original RuneScape, and you hate RuneScape 3. Okay. Yeah, it seems like, well, some people like RuneScape 3 better. I mean, if you don't know the difference and you're just a new person coming to try these games, I think RuneScape 3 might... Oh, is that you? RuneScape 3 might make a better impression if you just don't know anything about either one of them. Because it's got better graphics and things like that, but... It seems like the people that have put a lot of time in both... How do I... Okay, it says I wish you wish to trade. How do I trade? Accept trade. Oh, there we go. You have... Whoa! Let me see. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You are like loading me up. I'm going to be the biggest, the most decked out. And I'm giving you absolutely nothing. Here, have this egg. Can I give you this egg? Alright, I'll just take it. I already... Oh, damn, thanks, man. Okay, hold on. I'm putting all this on now. If I can wear it. Wear that. Oh, that's looking badass. That's looking a lot better than the award equipment I've been getting. Let's see. Oh, a black two-handed sword. That's what I've been wanting. Is a good two-hander. All right, this is significant because nothing's hurting me right now. I think I can forego the shield. Get that helm on there. Oh man, that is so sweet. Thank you so much, man. Wear the armor, put the cape, and the gray boots. Wear the gray boots, and wait, where's the cape? Oh, look, the wolf cloak. Oh, man. Let me see. I think I got everything. Oh, we got a black longsword. There's a black longsword and a black... and then, holy crap. All these vouchers for like hundreds of strength potions and energy potions. And wear the amulet. Okay, ooh, strength amulet. Nice. Is there is there a dance emoji? That just says dance. I haven't tried to dance yet. Oh, here we go. That was my jump for joy. And, there we go. Enjoy my new digs. That was my first ever dance. That's a pretty sweet dance, too. I can do jig and dance. Okay, I'm getting a little distracted now. Ah! Oh, I thought I one-shotted him for a second. Alright, I don't want to chase that guy down. I want to kill some imps with all my new badass gear. I probably should go to a bank, though, too. In fact, I think I am going to go to the bank. Deposit my new ill-gotten gains. Who are you fighting there? Are you fighting the guards? Uh-oh. Have I just made friends with a criminal? Some sort of an outlaw? You got perm muted on the account? You can't talk? On this account? Uh-oh. Maybe you are. You're a RuneScape rebel. In real life, too. Have I used the Grand Exchange, JR? No, not yet. Not out of any sort of principle. I mean, aside from just now getting all that stuff handed to me, I might as well be playing Iron Man. Because I haven't used it yet, but I would like to be able to. It was not my plan to avoid it. I am in the USA. I'm on the West Coast. Oh, you're from Columbus, Ohio. Okay. I'm in Portland, Oregon. Oh, I was raised in, I grew up in Southern California, like San Diego and Los Angeles. I've been out here for a few years now in Portland, Oregon. It's where my wife is from. I want to say one of my, all my job is remote now. The people I work with, and one of the people on my team that I work closely with moved. I think she's in Ohio now. Like, she moved back that way because that's where her family was. Yeah, Brad is on the other side of the world. How long have I been a lawyer? Let's see. I got licensed 11 years ago. So, I think it was 2013. Yeah, so 11 years. Now, if I actually talk in any detail about what I do, I'm a lawyer only in the sense that, well, I'm a lawyer in the sense that I am licensed by the state of California as an attorney. So that's like, what makes me officially a lawyer. And my job has the word attorney in the job title. But aside from that, what do you think of lawyers and what lawyers do? I don't do any of that stuff. I don't go to court. I don't sue people. I don't like shout you can't handle the truth, and maybe in other contexts. I just work on a project team in a company that deals with class action lawsuit payment distributions, which is pretty exciting. Probably boring to hear about, but yeah. I wouldn't even represent Brad in his divorce. So, you can't handle the truth. Yeah, so, yeah, and I didn't want to be a lawyer. Like, I was almost 40 when I got licensed as an attorney. I was in my 30s before I even decided to go to law school. It was not like my lifelong ambition to be a lawyer. It was something that came up a few years after I got out of college, and I was like, I don't know what to do with myself. And I got into some career counseling, and they're like, hey, there's all this stuff you're interested in you could do, like, in law. But even they said, you probably would hate it if you were, like, a courtroom attorney. Like, you'd need to find some special little nook for yourself, which is what I did. Yeah, it's okay, because Brad has never been married, so he's just, he just likes to say words. It's, usually it's for entertainment value. All right, wait, hold on. Let me see. So I'm gonna put all this stuff. Oh, and you did give me a shield too. If I go one-handed, I'm gonna put all this away though. I think I'm gonna put. Whoop. We're gonna deposit all that. Deposit all that. Deposit all that. Go to the swordfish. Okay, so I will never run out of food. Actually, I should put that in my... Maybe with my food and consumables. Still trying to figure out how I want to organize all this crap. And maybe I'll deposit some of this stuff. The mind. I got 3 mind talismans, but I don't need that many. And you're recommending that I take 4 energy pots and 4 strength pots, and the rest swordfish. Well, the swordfish isn't the same as the other stuff. It sort of looks like stat-wise. Because the stuff I'm doing, I'll just say, I'm not burning through the, I'm not burning through my resources. Let me see, where is it at? There it is. We're gonna withdraw 4 or 5 and put 1 back. And 4 energy pots. Back. I will take your advice on these points. Oh, dang. So the black scimitar? So it's actually... So you're saying its damage per second is higher. DPS is higher. Wait. Where does it say the speed? I'm just looking. I believe you, but... Well, wait. So is it actually... Does it do more damage than the two-handed sword? Because the one, in that case, should I just wear that? And let me see. Where did that shield get off to? What did I do with the shield? I started getting everything mixed up here. I got my own little system here. There it is. Speed. Actually, I think I'm going to bring this out here so I can... Oh. Actually, that looks pretty badass. All right, you know what? I'm going to wear this stuff. And it looks like Slash is the way to go with that. Yeah, looking badass. Thanks, man. Alright, I'll put that away for now, too. So, oh, hey, JR, sorry, I didn't see... I am free to play right now. I'm basically just toying with it, though I have started to see... If you're going to play this for any length of time, you probably want to be a member, because it unlocks a lot of the content that like quests and everything else is unlocked through membership. But right now, I've been content to just do the available free stuff. Slash is best for sim, and that's what I think what I'm doing right now. Oh my god! I just realized how much money I have. Holy crap! You gave me like 25,000 gold. Gotta deposit some of that. Gonna deposit, I want to say 27,000 gold. I don't need to be carrying that much around with me. I can pick it out if I need to spend it on something later. I feel like so boring. I'm so fiscally irresponsible. It's like, are there any bonds I can, like, just the investment bonds that I can put this money into? Wait, now I can buy a bond, huh? How much do those bonds cost? Oh, they're millions, aren't they? Oh, you don't need to give me a million. You don't need to give, unless you literally have like money falling out of yourself. Honestly, I'm the sort of person that I won't say no. If you're like, let me give you all this stuff. As long as it's understood, like, no strings attached, and like, literally, you ask anyone in here, even though you gave me all this shit, like, tomorrow I could be like, well, I don't think I'm gonna play RuneScape anymore. So, that's the huge asterisk That's the huge asterisk. It's like, I literally could be like, well, I think I got enough of that, and not play for a month or a year or ever. I cannot guarantee anything like that. They're 14.6 mil. Okay. So I guess it's all a matter of perspective, how much a lot of money is. All I know is that I never had more than a couple thousand gold, so having that much gold in my pocket was shocking and alarming and thrilling at the same time. You ain't sweating it, okay. So it's still a relatively modest sum. It's sort of like a little starter fund. It's like a starter fund for a noob. It's like when like I played a lot of World of Warcraft over the years, and my wife and I, and we would always be playing alts. And whenever we'd start an alt, we'd call it our rich aunt or our rich uncle would send them like, here's 100 gold, here's like 6 of the biggest bags that your uncle priest is able to craft himself, all that stuff. It's like the Lux starter kit. All right, here we go. Ah! That little rapscallion. Oh, I see where he is. I see where I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you! We did it again. Where do you get off to now? Where do I think I'm going? No, leave it. Sorry. That's what I tell my dog. Leave it. She's probably gonna freak out. She's passed out on the bed over there. I used to do the whole green screen thing. Then I got a puppy. And that puppy will freak out if I try to block it behind a green screen. So, no more green screen. Now you see her little feet over there. But leave it is the universal command I give her when she tries to put stuff in her mouth that I don't want her to put in her mouth. Let's see. It used to be 2850 3v3 when you were a feral druid. This is back in World. See, I played a lot of World of Warcraft, but I don't know. I honestly don't know what any of that means. I was never a hardcore player. Like I've been in a couple guilds, but like literally, my wife and I started a guild, and this is gonna sound stupid as hell. We started a guild that we called the Casual Crusade. And the whole reason we started the guild was so that people couldn't invite us to their guilds. Because we were tired of everyone inviting us to the guilds all the time. We just sort of wanted to be left alone. So, and we got a few people to just sign the petition. You'd think you needed 10 people to form a guild. And we paid them a gold to sign the petition and said, as soon as the guild is formed, you can leave. So 10 people signed it. We formed the guild. I think one dude just stayed. We never did anything with him, but he just stayed. He was just still in the guild. He's just like, whatever. I guess he liked the idea. No one's gonna... You're not gonna bother him. You were top 50 in the world? Holy shit. No, I've never been... I've sometimes sunk a lot of time into games like World of Warcraft. But I've never been what you consider good or serious about almost anything that I've ever played. Wait, where'd it go? Why do they keep teleporting away? You were a nerd for WoW. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's almost kind of respectable that if you're gonna do something, you're gonna like do it, like jump in and do it good, do it right, be the best that you can be. There's something respectable about that like I never had that level of ambition. It's just always like, hey, I like running around this place. This is kind of fun. And I enjoyed the time that I spent in it. I still go back to World of Warcraft every now and then, but really it's gotten harder and harder over the years for me to get back into it. Facts, bro. Yeah. The one I've been playing the most the last few months is Final Fantasy 14. Because I've been a Final Fantasy person forever. I've been playing Final Fantasy since the first one released in 1989, I think. I was in high school, just to give you a hint of how old I am. And I've dabbled in Final Fantasy 14 over the years, but this time I picked it up a couple months ago. I probably should almost go back to it because you get this really huge experience buff for I think the first 90 days because I started a new account. I think if I leave it and don't go back for 6 months, I won't have that anymore. Drop the sub and like the stream. Got a pop. All right, yeah, get some sleep, man. Hey, thanks for your generosity, and you're my first impression of someone from the old school RuneScape community. And apart from the kind of sus statements about like killing guards and that you're muted in the server, I don't know what all that's about, but you certainly have been generous to me. So, and you've been really cool. So I appreciate that. Thanks, man. All right, there's a bunch of like ruffians show up tomorrow in game, and they're like, "Yeah, Jada Goat sent us. It's time to pay back with interest." It's like some shakedown happens. I'm like, "What the hell? What's going on?" I thought it was a gift. It's like nothing's for free, bitch. I've noticed though, since I got all this gear, the imps all teleport away as soon as I attack them. You think they're extra scared of me now? Let's see, what do I still need for this quest? Imp Catcher. I need a white bead. Hey, where's my, I had, like, this quest helper thing that's part of the, special interface. It usually pops up even whether I ask it to or not. I don't know where it is right now. Grand exchange, XP tracker, configuration. Actually, I don't even know what half of this shit is now that I'm looking at it. I just realized there's all sorts of stuff. There's all this shit over here. What is all this? There's a lot about this interface. I don't know what the fuck it is. Okay. Screen markers. Imp Catcher. Here we go. I gotta get that white bead. So a couple imps gotta die without teleporting. Does this like natural selection happen? They all ended up on the other side of the moat? And therefore they're all surviving now? I don't know where the hell they got off to. I got it set so I can zoom way out, too. Maybe the game is punishing me. They're like, no. You've been talking with Jada Goat. That criminal Jada Goat. And you took bribes from him. So you get no more imps. Man, chat has been really quiet since Jay to Goat left. Anyone still out there? It looks like I still got some people watching. At least 6. Everyone's like, you know, I just can't respect him anymore. He took all that free shit. The whole point of old school RuneScape is that you're supposed to be hardcore. Do everything the hard way, not take handouts. Hey, Madros! I didn't even know you were here in the first place. Did you ever say hi and I missed it? Nope, you just been here, and you're still here. I have not seen an imp in like 5 minutes, though. You been lurking? You ever play old school RuneScape, Madros? Or new school RuneScape? Ah, there's an imp. You little son of a bitch. I gotta be careful because I don't want to... Oh, that's why... There's been someone here killing him. Oh, fine. Maybe it's just time for me to move on. Is it not your thing? It's definitely got its own thing going on. In such a way that it's not going to be everyone's thing. I'm not even sure it's my thing. Here, I'll go. I know of one other place where imps spawn. Let's see. I do think I'm looking pretty badass, though, with all that new armor and shit I got. Oh, I guess energy potions mean I could keep running. But I have noticed over by one of these farms over here. Oh, there's an imp. I saw one in with these chickens. Wait, I want to go inside. Where'd it go? There he is. I see you, imp. I should try one of these strength potions just to see. Oh, where'd he go? I do not like that the imps teleport away from me. Is that the same one I was going after before? Nope, it's a different one. Did I one-shot that guy? Let me drop. Bronze bolts? Nah, I don't even give a shit. Now I feel like I shouldn't be picking up trash loot. But I will scatter the ashes because I get skill points for that. And Food Brother Felix Contreras, you've been here the whole time? Since the very beginning? You've been here or did you just come back? I know there's an imp. You've been here. All right. Another mind talisman? This is like the 4th one I've got. Hmm. All right, now I'll just wait for that. I think he spawns right around here somewhere. I wonder if everyone's here looking for this damn imp. Yeah, you can milk the cows too. If I got a bucket, I'd go milk cows. And you go shear those sheep and make like wool. Fiendish ashes and clay. No, I don't need to get clay. Thank you very much. You can cut wheat and make flour. There's a ton of crafting in this game. Let's see, and all these skills. Campfire making. Some of them thieving, members only. Some of them are like, all right, fletching, members only. Really, so if I want to make arrows. Where'd it get off to? Come here, imp. He teleported again. Where is he at? Okay, there he is. Alright, fiendish ashes. And a hammer? No, I'm not going to bother with a hammer. I'm too good. Now that I'm rich from J to Goat, I'm too good to pick up hammers. I'll leave them for the poor folks. Poor folks can pick up the hammers. There he is. Now another red bead. That's my 3rd red bead. Oh, I should go back to the, there's the guy that gives you rewards. That'll give me a reward for hitting my, my 10 in defense. He's just right down this road here. Although, probably whatever he gives me is not going to be nearly as good as all the shit I just got from J to Go. It's Adventurer John. What can I do for you? And then I say, I'd like to claim my adventure path rewards. You've completed the building muscle. You receive 5 trout and 1 strength potion. Alright. You've completed sticks and stones. I didn't realize I'd also done the strength one too. You receive 1 steel chain body. Now here's one of those enticements where you know, if I'm subscribed, if I'm a member, I get more shit. He says, that's the last of the rewards you have currently earned. But I do have some members rewards left to give you. Visit me on a members world to receive them. So when you first log in, you choose which world you're going to go into. And this is like a free to play world. So, and I think you can obviously have a subscription and come into this world. But if you're free to play, this is the only type of world you can go into. And there's certain things that are not in it. All right, so he gave me this chain body is a lot worse. It's basically like a chainmail body armor. It's a lot worse than what I'm wearing right now. So I'm gonna go. There's a bank in this castle over here. Oh, I'm out of run speed. Should try one of those potions. Alright, we'll put the trout in the bank. We'll put this one in the bank. We'll put the steel chain body in the bank. Axe. Oh, a tinder box. I don't need a tinder box right now. And if anyone's curious, I can also show you RuneScape 3 so you can see the difference. Although, I think Jay the Goat probably be very disappointed in me if I did that. Because you have this same character, you create a character and that character is on both, except their progression is different. So like if you're level, level 50 in all your skills on old school and you log into the same character on regular RuneScape, he's all level 1s on everything again. It's like but it's still like the same character slot. It's kind of weird. Oh, I should have put more, let me go back. Oh. So what does this do? Oh, it just adds 10. Okay, so those potions are not like life-changing or anything. Here, I'll put this in my not sure what to do with it pile. Downstairs. Okay, I can set the run all the way back. Drink. All right. Where'd the imps? I wonder how much it would cost to buy that last bead in the auction house. Come here, imp. Oh, my hit points went up. Oh, 2 imps right next to each other. I don't know where the first one teleported off to. Alright, here's some ashes. And a potion. Not trying to exterminate the imp race, although they probably have it coming. Hey, hold on. I just need one more bead. I need a white bead. And they're the ones that have them. And it teleported. What a little bitch. Where'd he get off to? Go inside this house? Yeah, he's in here. Oh no, it's the chicken. Well, I hope this guy didn't... Where'd it go? I can grab those bones. Ah. Come back here, Imp. There we go. Die! Another red bead. Let's see, let's bury the bones. Scatter the ashes. Scatter the ashes. Scatter the ashes. I mean, the part of me is just like, I'm just gonna keep killing these imps for as long as it takes. But I could probably... Let me see, is there an interface here for... World Switcher, Grand Exchange. Search. What are these things called? I need a white bead. Can I at least see, like, what it sells for? 4,000 gold. Yikes. That's a lot. I mean, for me, that sounds like a lot. Now that I got all that money, it's not quite so much, but... You know what? Now I kind of do want to jump over RuneScape 3 just so you guys can see. Since I'm advertising this, it's an old school RuneScape. I will come back. I'm not planning on playing RuneScape 3, but just for the two people who are interested to see the difference. And let's see. Close that out. Back to the launcher. I probably can switch to game capture now. So I think this is like a proper full screen game that OBS will capture normally. I think. Nope, it doesn't seem to want to. So let's do display capture. Okay. So right off of the bat, when I log in, there's daily rewards. And you can see, I guess I didn't log in yesterday, but you can see these are 3 days in a row. So when I first started playing, you log in each day, they'll be like, here's the thing you get. So now I've got this this claim now. It's a small protein pack. I think it's like some sort of a crafting thing. I don't know. I just keep putting them in the bank. And then that's it. That's today's reward. Let's see. Hear ye, hear ye. Sign up to receive all the latest RuneScape news straight to your inbox. Get our monthly newsletter. So you can see there's all sorts of little gimmicky things going on. Now, I do not want to go... I do not need any more spam. I do not want their newsletter. If I were super into this game, maybe I would want to have the letter. So, you know what? I'll run back to where I was in the other game too, if I can. Oh, where the fuck I am. Okay. So you can already see the graphics are a little bit nicer. Although with the extra mods, like the graphical enhancements to the version added to old school RuneScape in the interface I'm using, it really does a lot to make the gameplay better. But this is definitely a nicer looking iteration. One big difference. Okay, so see now there's no counter telling me how much longer I can run before the game says, well, you can't run anymore. It's sort of as long as I want. It does, what can I cut through here? It does play a little more smoothly. I think it's got a more modern game engine. One thing too is you have these ore boxes. So if you go, and it only works for mining. If you go mining, you can put up to 120 ore in here. Otherwise, when you're mining, each time you get like a piece of copper or a piece of iron or whatever you're mining, each piece takes up one inventory space. And that's the way it is in old school RuneScape. Then you run out, like in this case, I could fit, 15 ores in my bag, and then I'm full. I got to go to a bank or do something with it. Here, I could just keep emptying it into this ore box, which would make a big difference if you wanted to be a miner. So this is the same town that I was just in. I'll come up here. And this is roughly the spot where I was before, where I was just killing all those imps. So you can see, like, this building isn't here. Things are just... In fact, there's an imp right there, but I don't have a quest to kill them in this game. But you can obviously see that some things are... It's just a little different. Like, the layout is a little different. That like, windmill is still roughly in the same place. I'll run into town real quick. So in a lot of ways, it's a very similar game, at least at first impression, except it's a little friendlier. And then it's like, oh, well, is it actually a cool thing that when you play old school, you have to walk 90% of the time? Is that a good thing? And some people are like, yeah, it makes you appreciate running better. But I could definitely see someone making the argument like, this game is grindy enough. Why would I want to play old school? Now, the counter argument, too, is like combat's a lot different. There's a lot of people complain that there are way too many features got added to this game, plus the microtransactions, plus all the other stuff. There's just too much shit in this game to distract you from, like, what's good about it, that some people, it really drives them crazy. So this is where I was going to the bank before. Stairs. Roof of the building. And, yeah, so here's the bank. And what other thing was there? Go down the stairs. There was one other kind of significant... Yeah, and I'm sure there's a ton of differences. But this town looks... I mean, the thing is, at a certain point, when old school RuneScape was made, these two games were a lot more similar than they are now, and they both evolved separately over the past, like, 12 years. So this cemetery is here. In old school, there's the same quest where there's a ghost and you, like, help it find peace. But there's an extra quest that happens in here now that's not in old school RuneScape, And it's actually a place where you can come down. I don't think it's an old school RuneScape. Now that I think about it, maybe it was and I just missed it. But once you finish this quest, it unlocks this area where you can basically just grind fighting if you want to. And there's some objectives down here, like special things you can collect. But you start like, okay, here's a bunch of level 1 cockroaches. Not very tough. You go to the next room, it's a bunch of level 4 spiders. You go to the next room, it's a bunch of level 7 flies. So if you just decide you want to just grind out and kill a bunch of creatures, here's the next room. Level 9. Here's the next room. Level 12. Let's see, what are my skills at? My skills are all around level 13. So if I wanted to grind, this would probably be a good room for me to just fight a bunch of monsters so I can get skill. Because these guys are right in my skill range. The very next room, they're level 15, which is higher than I am. I could probably still beat them. And you can see the animations and stuff are just a lot nicer in this game. There's just a lot more polish to it. And there's all these skills down here. You can have the skills set to basically auto-fire. They're rats. The same rats are in old school too. But yeah, they're pretty big. That's the truth. So that was an extra ability. So there's certain special attacks you get, which some people would say this more like when you play a game like Final Fantasy 14 or World of Warcraft, where you get special abilities. Now here, when you loot something, an interface pops up where you can hit a loot all button and just transfer it all at once. It's just a nice little sort of convenience. Let me try killing one of these skeletons and see what happens. First, is anyone aggro on me? A topaz demon statuette. I think that's one of the collectibles. But if I grab it, I think a skeleton will attack me. Let's see what happens. The monsters around you seem to become agitated as you approach the statue. You think one of them might attack if you were to take it. Alright, I'm going to take it. Take the statue. Oh, that hurt. Okay. It's hurt me pretty good. Okay, I'm going to eat some meat in the middle of this to get my strength up. This is actually a bit of a challenge. I think I'm going to win. But it's not an easy fight. Alright, and I'll take all that shit. And now, that was like the next thing that I can grab, and there's that lady up top who takes the collectibles that you find down here. So obviously, in some ways, if you're just checking out RuneScape for the first time and you're like, maybe I'll try both, and you try old school and then you try this one's probably going to feel a lot better to play. But I think there's a lot of things about it that people really don't like. That people who like the more basic nature of old school prefer. I found one of the statues. Will you sell it to me? Yes. I'll sell you the statuette. She gives you 200 coins. Thank you, adventurer. Alright, that's it. Gotta go now. Bye! And I think at certain points, like the newer content, there's actual voice acting and cutscenes and everything else. Like, so there's some real high production values. There's this boat here that's not there. No, and that's why I keep jumping back and forth. And it's very clear that it seems like the people who would be into this game over something like World of Warcraft end up gravitating towards old school. Because I think if the extra polish you like, if you're gonna choose and you go based on polish, then I think the argument goes you'd be better off playing World of Warcraft, right? If you like these things better, ease of gameplay, better graphics, all that stuff, I think the argument, and then some pay to win elements, you'd be better off playing some other game that's designed to be that. Because they said this game started acting like it was trying to compete with World of Warcraft, or a game like World of Warcraft, and if you try to compare them based on like, is this as good as World of Warcraft at being World of Warcraft? The answer is a resounding no. Nevertheless, there are people that really that like this game, they prefer it, and they play it. But it seems like the vast majority of people that like RuneScape as a concept seem to prefer the old school better. I just wanted to show the difference. There's some, like, look, there's a loot all button, and graphics are smoother and nicer. Lighting is nicer. A lot of the same early content is the same, too. So you can run as much as you want without running out of run energy. There's a lot about this version that just feels nicer. One of those imps. Pretty much took that thing out pretty quick. Oh, an imp hide. Bury them bones. But yeah, you're never going to play this game like this. That's how I would play World of Warcraft all zoomed in. You're going to play it like this. It's less ugly, but still quite ugly. But is it ugly in a charming way, Brad? Like, you know how sometimes you like something because if it's like janky, kind of old, outdated art style? Because it's still like a very outdated art style is the thing. Let me see. Just for visuals, I'll take my helmet off. There, look at my, look how dignified I look. I've even got, like, irises and stuff in my eyes. Alright, I'm gonna jump back to old school. But I just wanted to jump in so you could briefly see, like, there are a lot of similarities between the two. There's just a lot more polish on this one, but also a lot of feature bloat and monetization that really turned off the people who liked RuneScape for what it was before they made all these changes. In old school RuneScape, they have a thing where there are regular votes. So when developers will come up with things that they propose to add to the game, it has to pass like a 70% vote of players, and you have to be like a certain level of advancement in the game to be eligible to vote. So the developers don't just decide what to put into the game. And you can look at this whole history of all the things they've proposed and what the vote results were. And a lot of them get integrated in, Even old school RuneScape itself was a result of a vote. Because when people were like ready to bring in their pitchforks and torches out, when they made this, I think it was in 2013, they're making a huge overhaul of RuneScape, and that's when everyone went up in arms. And so the devs said, "Look, if enough of you are interested, we'll launch a parallel version of the game that's bring you back the way that it was in like 2007, and it's going to have a completely separate development path." And a ton of people were interested, and so that's why old school RuneScape exists based on a vote. It's like a pug. Those are some of the ugliest dogs I've ever seen, but they look so stupidly dumb, you can't help but to love them. There you go. Beady-eyed bug fuckers. What? And then raised 6 of them. All right. And hey, Ashley, how you doing? Good to see you. We're seeing Ashley today with no Keith. Where's Keith at? Is he watching on the big screen TV? Now I feel bad if he's watching this on a big screen TV and I'm about to go back to old school RuneScape. After this eye candy of modern RuneScape. But there's definitely, like, I put some, is there a played button I can look at to compare it? I think you can actually see. Stats. Summary. My examine. What? Oh, it's for people who want to take a look at me. Where's the thing that says, I know in old school RuneScape, it's a pretty prominent ability to see how much you've played the game. Like how many hours or days or whatever it is. It's going to be in here somewhere. That's another thing people complain about this is the interface. Like there's just a ton of tabs and sub-tabs and everything else. And people complain there's just way too much interface so that like you actually can never find anything you want to find. And you love pugs as well. I like pugs. I think the thing that won me over to pugs is I think he recently just died, but my brother-in-law and his family had this pug. And you know, they're ugly, they're snarly, they're funny looking, they're wheezing, they just seem like sickly little old goofy looking dogs. They're always drooling and shit. But one of my other brother-in-laws bought a kitten that was rambunctious as shit. And so one Christmas, the one brother-in-law brought their pug over to, the brother-in-law with the kitten was hosting Christmas. So they brought the pug over, and the cat was just an unpredictable terror. And the cat was attacking, like, all the, like, it looks like there was another dog and it attacked the dog. The other dog, too, freaked it out. So the cat, like, jumps out from behind a couch at this little pug. And I look down at the pug, and I'd never seen such an expressive look on a dog's face. You know how they got those beady eyes, those bulgy eyes? That dog's eyes bulged out of its head. Like, cartoonishly, like, whoop. That dog was so startled. And for some reason, seeing that startled expression on that dog's face made an indelible change in my opinion of that dog. And I immediately had thought that dog was fucking hilarious. And like, I was, instead of being mildly irritated and grossed out and thinking, what a weird dog, I was like, that dog is fucking awesome. And then after that, whenever I saw that dog, I was just like happy. So I still don't know if I want to deal with, they're snarly and smelly and drooly and wheezy and sound like they got bad sinuses all the time. I don't know if I want to get one. But yeah, good old Finn. Finn was his name. All right, I better get out of here before more old school RuneScape people come and see that I'm... I tell you, there's such like a passionate divide for the people who are in old school, like how much they hate RuneScape, this RuneScape 3, that if I have a stream saying I'm playing old school RuneScape and they come in and they see this, they'll probably think I'm the biggest dumbass on the planet. Like, oh, this fool doesn't even know which version of RuneScape he's playing. All right, let's get this shit sorted out. Back to old school. Oh, I just saw that. He's sitting next to you on his Xbox. You're getting married on Saturday? Oh, congratulations, you guys. That's awesome. Let's see. I have to choose the I can get it at 301 now. 301, when it's over 1,000 pops, it can be I can get an error message that it's too busy. There, I'm in now. Let's see. Let me do my window capture instead. There we go. There we are, back in old school. I'm standing in roughly the same spot that I was. Ooh, my combat level is now 15. My tech level is 13. Fiendish Ashes. And I don't need shears. I already have shears in the bank. You had a Shar-Pei when you were little and named him Wrinkles because TV and video games destroyed your 10-year-old imagination. There you go. Wrinkles. That's good. That's like the dog that when I grew up, it was a similar breed to Millie. It's a collie Australian Shepherd, and I had named her Spot. But it's mostly because I just always wanted a dog named Spot. I thought it was a good, solid dog name. She did have one big spot on her chest. But that's not why. I probably would have named her Spot either way. You think this one? Wait. You said this one seems very charming? You mean... Now, I'm not sure when you wrote that. Was after I came back to old school? You mean old school seems charming? And then the combat, like the super simple combat, I actually kind of like that. Oh, there he is. Come here, you little bastard. And James, I'm sorry, why do so many evil entities build their intricate maze homes directly below small churches? This is more like Dark Age of Camelot, is it? I mean, I played a little bit of Dark Age. I did own Dark Age of Camelot. Oh, that son of a bitch. How am I locked in here? Somebody locked me in here. My recollection of Dark Age of Camelot is it felt very much in the same vein in moment-to-moment gameplay as a game like World of Warcraft, except there was a huge PvP focus. But you picked up quests, and it was like an old, not even World of Warcraft, it was before World of Warcraft. It's more like EverQuest. Nope, I don't need to chop down a tree right now. I'm looking for that imp, baby. Better not teleport away again. Fiendish Ashes, and what else? More shears. I do not need shears, buddy. Back to Imp Murder Spree. I still need to get that last... I need that last bead, Brad. These imps stole these beads, so they clearly deserve what they're getting right now. If I have to destroy the entire imp race to get that the last one is the red bead. Ah! Hey, come back here. It's a high-octane, high-speed chase. This'll just take a minute. Don't teleport, you little son of a bitch. Do not teleport. There you go. That's it. That's the end of him. I got the white bead! Hot damn, Brad. Now I don't gotta murder them no more. Because I finally got what I was looking for. Alright, it's time to go. My dog is a beautiful little pea-stained sweetheart. His wrinkles smelled like an armadillo's nutsack. It was dipped in peanut butter. And if we didn't clean him with Q-tips and special solutions, you still love him, though. Are you talking about the pug again? Oh, the Shar-Pei. I don't even know what that is exactly. All I know is and those little wrinkly dogs with the weird bow-legged builds, they always have, like, terrible health problems and respiratory issues and shit. I think once I turn in this quest, Brad, you're finally gonna get when you see the endorphins that kick in for me. Is that endorphins? Is that what you get when the pleasure center in your brain is activated? I could run a little bit, but I'm in no hurry. It's old school RuneScape. Wait a minute, is this... Yeah, okay, I know, I think I'm in the right spot. I'll just go murder something else. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what the quest is. The last quest that I had didn't have any fighting in it. That's the thing about this game is that it frequently does not follow what you normally consider to be like the generic MMO quest lines. That one was a little more like a regular MMO quest than most. They hurt themselves in hilarious ways. They eventually learn to dispose of their own poop. That's nice. Do they tend to eat their own poop? That's the thing we're dealing with the worst with Millie. I could switch games now that I beat the main quest. What pray tell would you like to see instead of this game? Up. Alright. Is this my guy right here? Ms. Gog. I think that's my guy. So how are you doing finding my beads? I got all 4 beads. It was hard work, I can tell you. That's no lie. Give them here, and I'll check they really are my beads before I give you your reward. You'll like it. It's an amulet of accuracy. I probably got something better from, what's his name again? Jay the Goat. Let me see. Supermarket Simulator. Really? You go to Supermarket Simulator before baseball? Dance Dance Revolution 3rd mix. And a little 45 innings baseball and Pool Radiant. Wow, you got quite the Christmas list of wishes there, Brad. You give 4 color beads to the wizard Mizmog. Oh, Mizgog. Oh, it's a cutscene. What? Oh, look at this, guys. Wow, congratulations. You have completed Imp Catcher. You are awarded 1 quest point, 875 magic XP, and an amulet of accuracy. Sweet! That's fucking awesome. Oh, what did I gain? My magic level is now 8. Nice. You just completed getting started. Speak to Adventurer John to claim your reward. Oh, I guess I just gained a whole bunch of levels of magic. I think my magic level was like level 1. So I just gained like 7 levels of it. But let's see. He gave me an amulet of strength. Ooh, that makes a big difference. So hold on. So this one that he gave me is strength plus 10. This other one is stab plus 4, slash plus 4, crush plus 4, magic plus 4, and range plus 4. I think for fighting, the strength plus 10 is better. But if I ever switch to range or magic, if I try to level up in those, that would be a better thing to be wearing. I mean, you're not going to play baseball. Yeah, it's pretty much at this point foregone conclusion. Is that a generic level in the background, or is it actually Satan? I seriously doubt it would be Satan. Let me point at it. I don't know what's going on here. It's definitely a large demon of some kind. I would be super duper surprised if it was Satan, because nothing else in this game is based on like explicit Christian lore. It's already dead. Oh, there he is again. It is a lesser demon, level 82, which is way above my pay grade. So I'm just going to leave, let them handle it. They look like they know what they're doing. Let's see. Does this guy do anything else for me now that I've helped him out? Got any more quests? No, everything is good with the world today. Let me see. What else? You know any interesting spells you could teach me? I don't think so. The type of magic I study involves years of meditation and research. Well, old school Runescape involves that level of dedication, doesn't it? Have you got another one of those fancy schmancy amulets? I don't know why I'm asking him. I have a few spare. I like one of each colored bead again in return, though. Black, white, yellow, and red. What? Does he give me different amulets? All right, I'm not going to do that again. You like baseball, the video game, not baseball, the sport. This is reminding you of EverQuest, Dark Age of Camelot? EverQuest and Dark Age of Camelot remind me of each other. This really almost doesn't remind me of anything. It almost feels more like Ultima 7. Like, maybe more like Ultima Online? But not at all like Ultima Online. And I think therein lies the appeal of people that really like this game, is I feel like it really isn't like any other MMO. Like, some people said that they thought Albion Online felt a little bit like this game, but they said once you get into Albion Online, you realize that it's more like Dark Age of Camelot. It's just like, it's a huge PvP world. It's doing a lot of cool things if you're into a huge PvP world. It looks a little bit like this game, but what you actually do is like tremendously different what you spend your time doing. Mini golf isn't in the Olympics. That does sound like bullshit. You're thinking of full-size golf? Oh, hold on. I still haven't regained all of my running points. So you can see how much time I spend slowly walking. Now, you know, when I stream, I almost prefer this kind of slow bullshit. Like, hey, slowly walking in 4 hours in Riften, or the time I played Fallout 4 and all I did was crouch stealth walk all over the map for 3 hours. I am doing stuff, Brad. It's just taking a long time to do it. I'm coming back to Adventurer John, because it told me since I got my magic up, he's going to give me a reward. Because there's a magical, the Adventurer Path. Let's see. I'd like to claim my Adventurer Path rewards. You've completed Getting Started with Magic. You receive 50 Mind Runes, 75 Water Runes, and 1 Staff of Air. Well, those are going straight to the bank. Uh-oh. I think I smell a poopy. Hold on, I better take care of this shit. Literally. And hold that thought, Legion. So old school scares you to play. I just showed them RuneScape 3. Just by comparison. I only just started playing RuneScape, period, over the last, week. So I'm new to both of them. And I like them both for different reasons. This one I think I keep coming back to a little more, but part of it's just because I'm fascinated by how obsessed people are with this game, and I kind of want to know why. I'm enjoying it a little bit, but I don't think it's clicking with me yet, why people are so obsessed about this game. And RuneScape 3 makes a much better impression out of the gates. It's a lot more, convenient. There's a lot of conveniences, better graphics. It's definitely... But then you're also getting, microtransaction shit popping up, which is a little obnoxious. But if you can say no to microtransactions, the actual gameplay is, in a lot of ways, so far, feels like just a more convenient version of this. Alright, hold on. I gotta clean doggy poopy. Here, let me, turn this off for a second. Oh, wait, I just go to the brakes. No, I keep it up here. You guys can see. All right, I'll be back in a second. I think we got a puppy. I'm pretty sure I can smell poopies on a poopy pad. All right. What'd I miss? Okay, so Legion, you said, yeah, your old school RuneScape looks a lot older. I know it's been a couple minutes. So I'm using a mod called HD 117. So I'm using Rune Lite, which is now supported. If you go to in the launcher for old school RuneScape, you can select to launch the game through Rune Lite, which is a whole different structure for like playing the game through. And it has all these mods along the side that you can activate. So I think I can just switch off the HD. So yeah, is this looking familiar? This is what old school RuneScape looks like by default. If you just play it off of like the launcher. Although the main developers of the game are about to launch a big HD upgrade for just the base game old school RuneScape. So, but yeah, so in if you do Rune Lite, it enables all these extra things you can put in here. And I just googled like essential Rune Lite mods, and this is one that kept coming up. It's 117 HD, and I've tweaked a bunch of settings in it, like so I can pump up some of the stuff like the view distance and the lighting. And that sort of thing. But it makes a very big difference. I think it's a lot more pleasing on the eyes. Do you have to sub? Oh, let's see. Do you have to sub for old school too? Well, no. I think if you have a Jagex account, if you're a member in both. So, and if you're doing free to play, it's just like that. That account works for both. It's just you're free to play in both old school and RuneScape 3. So yeah, I'm 99% sure that if you're subbed in RuneScape 3, you are also subbed in old school RuneScape. So yeah, if the awful default graphics were one of your big turnoffs, it doesn't look nearly as nice as RuneScape 3. RuneScape 3 is like a lot more polished graphically. But this is definitely not claw your eyes out ugly the way the default interface is. I think this actually, it looks retro, but it actually looks kind of good. Oh, and I was going to show you guys my face, because remember I took my helmet off in RuneScape 3 with the same character to show you what he looked like, and I pointed out that he had like pupils and stuff. Yeah, this is what he looks like. This is what my RuneScape 3 version of my character looks like, or my old school version looks like. Back on with that. And there's a whole bunch of things you can tweak over here. Just I spent probably about, I don't know, half hour just screwing around with stuff here, looking up like Reddit posts about what people recommend you use from it or don't use, and then, you know, I'm sure it's adding a bunch of stuff by default that I haven't even paid attention to, but I'm nevertheless benefiting from. All right, what's my dog doing? She's barking. She's being a weirdo. Hey. She is being like insane crazy. She's probably just about like a toddler when they get too tired. She's probably just about to crash. Let me get one of her other toys. Oh. 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 I should probably not rile her up. I shouldn't rile her up so much. She's acting insane right now. Did you see the way she launched on the bed earlier? She's like growling and shit. When she's this amped up, she needs a little bit of attention. Oh. Oh. It's one thing on stream nights, I don't often end up not taking her for a walk. I don't have time. Well, in particular, it was 95 degrees out when I got off of work, so it only got cool enough to take her for a walk like at 9 or something. So she got no walk tonight. I have been taking her for walks like 8:30 or 9 at night. Not tonight because I was streaming, huh? I had to play some old school Runescape for my internet friends. Boop. Derpy, 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 derp. Derpy, derp. For some reason, it's extra enraging if I make the derpy derp sound. Derpy derp. Derpy derp. She's growling. Derpy derp. And you guys can't see it, but when she holds that thing in her mouth, she looks up at me, and she's got crazy eyes. She's like, "Take it, you son of a bitch. Take the octopus, the sextopus." Oh. All right. Music sounds a little about Final Fantasy. All right. 102 degrees where you live? Yeah, that's Texas for you. Yeah, I count myself lucky. Have I ever bitten her just to see how she reacts? No, but she kind of likes it when I go, "Hey, move." All right, that's enough roughhousing. It's gotten really out of hand. I've been really letting her get a little bit too crazy. I kind of like it too, the wrestling and the little like try not to bite me thing. And that's the whole problem. I think she can tell that I enjoy that stuff because I've been trying not to indulge her, but just keeps creeping back up. All right. And hello. What is that? Finn Nilrebna? I don't know what that means. I'll call you Finn for short. It's a good dog. I like her. She's crazy, but I like her. You're also in Texas? 105. Yeah. Your Texas is even hotter than Evie's Texas? It's its own planet. You can... Yeah, well... Oh. Hold on a sec. Okay. If that's what brings you joy. So, and sorry, Legion asked, what am I working on now? Well, I just finished a quest to get beads. I can't rightly tell what I'm working on now. Let me see. I think I'm going to use there's like a quest helper to figure out what you're going to do next. First order of business, I'm going to drop some shit off at the bank. This town has the most inconveniently placed bank. So you got to go into this castle. You have to go to the roof of the castle. And the way that roofs work, okay, now I'm on the second floor. I click it again. Nothing happens. The thing pops up down here that says climb upstairs or climb down the stairs. Or climb up the stairs. RuneScape 3 does the same thing, except you can use the one or two to select as a shortcut which one you want to do. Alright. I've been putting my magic stuff in that top. Deposit all. Deposit all. We're gonna put that. Deposit. This mysterious bead. Go ahead and put one of those in because apparently they sell really well. And you really need all this? I feel like I'm barely using these energy potions. Well, hold on. That dude came in and gave me a bunch of stuff. The sort of thing that's like, I'll forget to use half the time anyways. That's why I feel bad him giving me all this stuff, because I'm like, yeah. Alright, let's go all the way down. So, there's the activity advisor. And then I think in here, there is something called a quest helper. Blue tracker, skill calculator, no, quest helper, there we go. And it's got optimal ordering. Which is potion. Why is it still showing Imp Catchers as a quest that I should do? Because I just finished that one. Maybe it just hasn't registered yet. So it's this one saying, and it gives you little hints and stuff too. Like items you'll need: 1 onion, 1 burnt meat, and 1 eye of newt. I think I saved burnt meat. I don't know why, but I was like, hey, maybe I'll need it for something someday. Turns out I was right. Oh wait, did I have burnt meat specifically? I think I do. If not, burning some meat is something that I can easily arrange. Nope, that's burnt bread. Here's burnt meat. What wool are you on? You give me some cat. You know what? You don't need to. This is because someone came in early. You're the second person that's like come into the game and given me stuff. Now I can't even remember. I think I'm in 301. This guy came and gave me 27,000 gold and all the armor and weapons that I'm wearing and all these potions. So I'm like, holy crap. But I'm not that worried about money, at least not yet. The only thing in the bigger picture, eventually, if I keep playing this, I'll be worried about getting the apparently 14 million gold that I'll need to buy my membership, my monthly membership with in-game gold. But I think I've got, barring like a ridiculous quantity of cash that I don't think I would want anyone to give me that much. I think I'm set. That 27,000 is a nice starter chunk. I'd feel bad asking for more. All right, starting off. So, and now that I have this thing selected, it actually shows me, I'm given, you're not asking. Well, I'll say I won't refuse it, but if you said I'll give you some cash if you want it. And my answer is, I don't need it, probably. At least if I do, I haven't figured out that I need it yet. Oh my gosh, this is far away. I guess it's not that far. So where I need to go is all the way over here. I need to get an onion. I know a field where I can pick up an onion. I don't know where I can get Eye of Newt. And apparently I need a rat tail. So maybe I'll cut across the bottom and kill some rats on my way over there. When the beaver offers you a fish, you take the fish. Is that like in Ghostbusters when they say if someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes? But you know, I was always a little weird about stuff like even donations and stuff for my channel. When it first came out, I was always like weird about being monetized, weird about people giving me stuff. It felt a little bit like, oh wait, is this person following me? Is that you? I love 126. That's me, sir. Oh my god. He wishes to trade. I didn't even notice. What the hell is that? 100? Was that 1,000,000 gold? This is ridiculous. I'll take it. So, hey, just so you know, that one of the... Thank you. You... Let me see. Okay, yes. You as well. You'll need it eventually, believe me. Can I take care too? Please do take care too. Have you seen Ghostbusters Afterlife? I don't remember everything in that movie because it's been a couple years. We just saw Frozen Empire this past weekend, though. But I didn't see Afterlife enough to remember the individual gags or lines. Now, the original Ghostbusters, I can quote a whole bunch of shit. Because I've seen it 100 times. But, Finn? Thank you for the 1,000,000 gold. Yeah, if I were ever to do a tips and tricks for new players, based on my experience, my biggest tip would be get OBS and stream, and stream yourself playing this game, because people just gonna show up and give you millions of gold just because they randomly stumbled across you. Don't mention it. Yeah, very generous. In Afterlife, Gozer once again asked Ray if he was God. He said yes. And Gozer didn't buy it. Okay. I need to watch that again. I don't remember Gozer being... I don't even remember that. Oh, wait. I missed the... What? A frog prince needs my help? Don't talk to me. Speak to the prince. Okay, I think the prince must be the frog with the crown. Alright. That would make sense. Please help me. I was transformed into a frog by a well-meaning but sadly frog-obsessed old wizard. Only your touch can turn me back. Will you help me? This feels very sus. A touch? Yes, I'll do that. Or I could say, this really isn't a good time for me. How about if we kiss? No, I'm not going to take it that far. It looks better to be a frog. Make me one. I'll go, yeah, I'm going to play it straight. Say a touch? Yes, I'll do that. I touched it. Oh, wow, that was easy. Thank you so much, Strom 2. I must return to my fairy tale kingdom. But take this as a reward. You can exchange it at the Varick clothes store for a costume. I unlocked a new musical track, Frogland, and my reward is 1 frog token. Apparently, if I take that, there's the big city nearby. If I take that to the clothier, the clothing shop, I'll get something special for it. Got curb stomped by a 12-year-old girl and her dead grandpa. Well, Gozer got beat up in the first movie, too. Doesn't mean he's not a god. Just means maybe gods aren't as tough as we think they are, you know? This is the farm-level demon with pet gods? Okay. Well, you might know more about it than I do. As I said, I don't remember the movie that well. I forgot Gozer was even in it. Alright. Now I need to go back to where the onion patch is. And then what's the last thing I need? An Eye of Newt? There's a witch in this village. Maybe she has an Eye of Newt. But first I gotta get that onion. And apparently I still need a rat tail too. Maybe since I know that's coming down the pipes, I should kill some rats. Do you got a bunch of eyes of Newt? Snipe. It's nice, Brad. I forget, what is a newt? Is that a lizard? Yeah, this little farm over here. This guy's got a little onion patch in his backyard. Just gonna pop in there. So you play this game for a bit, you start just remembering shit like that. Like, oh, I needed an onion for another quest before, and it took forever figuring out where one was. But now I remember, this is where the onion, this guy's little yard, he's got the onion patch. There we go. Or of an amphibian. Okay. I keep accidentally chopping down trees. I wonder if there are any newts in this swamp over here. Whose eyes that I can obtain. A unicorn! Technically, I'm strong enough to kill it, probably, but I feel like that'd be bad karma. Alright, here's some rat. A rat. Ghostbusters finally managed to trap Gozer and put him in a containment unit. I bet Egon is glad that Venkman stopped him from drilling a hole in his head. Well, but Egon was already dead and long dead in this movie, wasn't he? I'm attacking... No, I'm not attacking the unicorn. I just passed it. Unicorn's back there. I'm killing rats because I need a rat tail for my quest. I don't know who drops the rat tails. Maybe I need to get... There's some level 6 rats in here somewhere, too. Maybe I need to kill some of them. Maybe I could find me a newt while I'm in here. There's lots of frogs. Are newts related to frogs? There's a giant frog. Here's some 6th level rats. Oh, I said I'm strong enough to kill it. Probably. Unless there's some magical, horrible abilities that it has. Because it said it was level 15, and I think my attack level is around level 15. But it wasn't... Then I immediately said I'm not going to, because it's probably bad karma. Killing a unicorn. Seems like a dirty business. I turn into a Voldemort? Oh, if I drank his blood. Assuming the Harry Potter books are the definitive source of lore in this matter. Which, well, how could they not be? Here, I should bury some bones. I didn't even mean to pick up this wood. There's a bunch of rat meat laying around. But if Vankman hadn't stopped Egon from drilling a hole in his head, the laser containment grid and proton packs would never have been out. That's true. That's true. That is quite the lengthy chain of causation to go back to the drill me in the head. There's probably many things. He's probably glad that however his parents met, that something else didn't happen. What if Biff had taken his mom to the under the sea ball and Egon never been born to begin with? So many things could have happened in the past that would have prevented Egon from discovering the containment grid and the proton pack, you know. Is this even where I get rat tails? Evo Shandor's plan of summoning Gozer would have come to fruition, and the world would have ended. Well, how do you know someone else wouldn't have invented that stuff? Yeah, probably only Egon would have done it. Just gonna bury some bones in the middle of combat. Why not? I should look around and see if there's any newts out here. There's a lot of frogs. Oh, kill a rat in the house to the west for a rat tail. Alright, I'm just not at that part. Apparently, never mind. I mean, all of it helps level my skills, but apparently, this was not ever going to get me a rat tail. Oh, I should do a little bit of running, since I'm up at 100% of my run points. Am I rich in real life? No. Not even remotely. Now that's what I need now, is someone shows up. People keep showing up who are like pretty far along in old school RuneScape and giving me money. I need someone to show up and be like, hey, you want $1 million in real life? And then they just like, there's a knock on my door and they got a briefcase and there's like, here's $1 million. You're like, holy shit. I wouldn't say no to that. It looks like it because I have a really nice house. How could you even tell? I'm just in a room. It's messy. There's a dog passed out on the bed. Yeah, right, Legion? Hey, but Legion, you got the karma. So, maybe that it's more likely to happen to you. The universe will pay you back for the times you found people in old school RuneScape and gave them 1 million coins. The dog looks pretty expensive. She has cost us a lot, truth be told. But not enough that you need to be wealthy to have her. Yep, traveling the world. Major catalyst of Afterlife was Ghostbusters not believing Egon, forcing him to leave it all to his grandchildren. Alright. I need to watch that again. Because I remember liking it. I remember Paul Rudd is the science teacher, because he brings out a whole bunch. He brings that up a whole bunch in the new movie. But aside from that, like literally, I remember watching a movie, liking it, but I couldn't tell you one fucking thing that happened like as a plot point in that movie. It would have worked if you hadn't stopped me. Maybe, you know, Egon, the same guy that did the proton pack, maybe he's right. Maybe it would have worked. Maybe he would have invented the proton pack even sooner. Is there a bank in this town? There's a bank up there, but I don't think I could go in there. That's the crafting guild. I tried to go in there once, and they're like, fuck you, you're not allowed in here. You don't know how to craft good enough. There's a bank back there, but that's far back. Okay. I'm just gonna go. The quest person I need to talk to is right down here anyways. I just have accumulated a lot of stuff. Here, wait, I'll bury some bones. Gosh, I probably missed the opportunity. I'm very antisocial, so you probably wouldn't even get close to the door. Gaming is your scapegoat. So, well, it could just be like, well, it'd be like this. You'd be in a game one day, and someone like Pohaku will show up and say, hey, are you rich in real life? And you'd be like, no. And they're like, would you like to be? Although, if someone's like that, they're probably going to scam you. Like in real life, if someone's like, yeah, just give me your banking information, and I'll wire it to you. You could say it's too good to be true if something like that were to come along. All right. What could you want with an old woman like me? I am in search of a quest. Maybe I can think of something for you. Would you like to become more proficient in the dark arts? That sounds shady. But it's the quest that's next on the list, so apparently I do. Yes, I'm going to start the Witch's Potion quest. Your best friend, the African Prince. Oh, yeah. You know, the funny thing is every time he's just about to wire you that money, something goes wrong. You got to send him a little more. One of these days, One of these days he'll get it to you, though. Yes. Help me become one with my darker side. I'm already feeling guilty about this. Okay, I'm gonna make a potion to help bring out your darker self. This doesn't sound like a good idea. You'll need certain ingredients. What do I need? You need an eye of newt, a rat's tail, an onion, and a piece of burnt meat. I got some of that stuff. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get them. She didn't even tell you where to get that shit. Hey, I've been looking for those ingredients. What have you found? I don't have the rat's tail. I have the burnt meat, and I have an onion. But I don't have an eye of newt. Great, but I'll need the other ingredients as well. Alright, apparently she won't take any of it. Does she do anything else? Can I trade with her? No. Alright, well that's where this thing is like a real... It's a real cheater McCheaterson. Because right here in the quest, there's a link. It says Open RuneScape Wiki. I don't think you guys can see this. Here, I'll switch to here. So it opens up... It opens up this wiki page. Witch's Potion. Takes you right to it. Free-to-play quest where players help the witch Hetty in making a magical potion. Let's see. There's all the shit that I need. And then there's links to all the things. So Eye of Newt. Let's say where I can get it. Source. Eye of Newt pack. Undead Druid. Cave Bug. There's a bunch of stuff that drops it. That's too... All of them are too strong for me to get. All known sources. Okay, always... Shop locations. Jadix's Herb Lore shop. That's nearby. Wait, where the hell am I right now? Rimington. Port Sarim. Is one of the places is in Port Sarim? Port Sarim. Betty's Magic Emporium. Alright, I'm gonna head right over to that shit right now. But that's how you get shit done. You use the wiki. Right, Legion? Have I been PK yet? Or you can safely play old school? Have I been player killed yet? Is that what you mean? I don't do PvP, like, ever. Since I haven't intentionally done PvP in an MMO for probably 20 years. But, no, maybe 18, let's be fair. I used to do it in World of Warcraft, and then I didn't anymore. Is that what you mean by have I been PK yet? And, I don't even know exactly how I could get myself into a position where I would get PK'd, player killed. That's the thing is, terms that meant one thing 20 years ago often don't mean the same thing today. That's why I keep asking like an old man, do you mean player killed? All right. So I need to find Betty's something or other emporium. Where's that at? Jewelry shop, axe shop, water source. Probably magic shop, I'm guessing. Seems the most likely. All right. Well, I'm going to do that. One thing at a time. Oh, I think the rat is in here. Oh my gosh, there it is. It's glowing. I'm just going to come in your house and kill this rat. Hope you don't mind. I got the rat tail. All right. So that was easy. Mostly you see PK videos when old school comes up. I mean, I know playing and killing is like PvP is definitely a thing. But I mean, there are people that like in World of Warcraft, player killing PvP was a big thing. I was never that into it. Although I did play on a PvP server in World of Warcraft. There was a time where I thought it was like exciting. But then also I sucked at it. And so all it was like a really stressful, dangerous environment, which sometimes was exciting. That's where the good gold is made, by killing other people. I just feel so guilty about it. Oh, check out that music. Grum. There's Betty. How could I kill somebody while I'm listening to this wonderful ditty? But I don't doubt you're right, Finn. You enjoy the questing, mining, and smithing? I think mostly it's just because I get frustrated and upset when I get killed because I'm not. I can almost guarantee you I wouldn't be good at it. That's like I used to be into some like competitive shooters. Like I think the last time I was really into one was Battlefield 2 in 2005. And sometime while that was still popular, my reflexes aged to the point where I determined I no longer had the reflexes to compete with 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds. And all I was ever going to do is get instantly my ass handed to me constantly. And that's all that I would do over and over. I like Dead by Daylight, which I still get stressed out and I haven't played it like a year and a half, but there's an example of like a player versus player scenario. But I like that for different reasons. Because I like horror games, so I like trying to escape from the bad guys. And then playing as a killer, I lose most of the matches. But I still find it gratifying to chase a bunch of people around because I find it entertaining. And it's more to find ways to like pop out of a bush and make them shit themselves. I like the idea of that because it's a horror themed game, right? All right, what the hell am I doing here? Can I see your wares? Of course. Let's see, where she got that Eye of Newt, it's only 300 gold. I will buy one. Well, now it looks like I got all the shit that I need. Thank you, ma'am. I'll just be off. Have a nice day. Do yourself, you can be the tar out of an 18-year-old. Very few of them can do push-ups these days. Yeah, I think Mike is just being playful. But the thing is, I don't even know if 20-something me would have been that good at it to begin with. But I can definitely tell you that my hand-eye coordination is not what it was when I was a lot younger for video games. I'll still sometimes play games, but that's why I don't like a lot of games like Elden Ring and stuff like that. I liked Elden Ring, but like the stuff that's real, when it starts getting hard, I'm more like, fuck this shit, and like rage quit and stop playing it. Then I'm just gonna fight this boss 20 times until I beat it. I'm gonna die over and over and over and over and over again. Then I'm gonna look up a video and still die. Because even though they told me exactly what to do, I can't do it, because I'm not good at this. Now you suck at PvP too? Alright, Legion. Yeah, 20-year-old Mike was in the Marines. Yep. I used to not like Marines very much because some of them were mean to me down in Tijuana. I think we probably talked about all about this back in 2017 or whenever. Oh yeah, dude, I do gotta go to the bank. Can I be attacked? But I can't be attacked, right? But if I die, can I lose it? Is that the thing? Yeah, fuck yeah, I need to go to the bank. You're right. Okay. I have everything. I have passing ingredients. Okay, Hetty, she puts them in her cauldron. She closes her eyes and begins to chant. The cauldron bubbles mysteriously. Maybe I should do it maybe before I do this quest. Is that it? Is something terrible going to happen? All right, you know what? Now that you put the fear of God into me, I feel like... But wait, can't people loot your corpse if you don't get there fast enough? Now I'm getting paranoid. So if I drink this potion, I might lose my 1,000,000 gold that I'm carrying around in my pocket. I'll come back. Wait, hold on. Just to double check. There is no bank in this town, right? No. I don't think there's a bank in the next town over either. There's bank 2 towns over. Right there. It goes to Death's Domain, now by Lumbridge, after 15 minutes. I'm still paranoid because I don't understand those mechanics you're talking about. And someone gave me 1,000,000 gold, which feels like a lot of money. I suddenly feel like I'm in a very vulnerable situation. It's probably all in my head. But I don't know why I felt absolutely no urgency of the fact that I had 1,000,000 gold in my pocket. And all of a sudden now I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid as hell that there's some weirdo mechanic of this game. I'm gonna trip, accidentally walk into a frog that's way too high level for me. The frog's gonna one-shot me, and somehow I'm gonna lose all that money. I'm not even thinking rationally. You missed a day's 1 million. Look, up until tonight, I never had more than like 3,000 gold on my character. And then one person showed up and gave me like 27,000 gold. And I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of money. And then Legion here shows up, gives me 1,000,000 gold. I'm like, holy crap. But I did at one point say, how much does it cost to get the thing where you can buy to pay for a month's subscription? And it's apparently 14 million gold. That kind of put things in perspective for me of what's considered a lot of gold. Wait, who was it? Was it Finn? It was Finn. It was Finn. That's the other thing I should remember. Or you should realize, is I'm terrible with names. And then I can't remember. You'd think, now I feel awful. Finn's right here, and I'm like, hey, yeah, there's just some other random person in the chat. I'm like, I think he gave me 1,000,000. And Finn's like, hey, you son of a bitch, that was me. And then I'm like, that's why you shouldn't give me nice things, because I'll forget. I'll just be like, oh, no, someone did it. I'll be telling Finn about it next time. I'll be telling Finn, like, hey, there's this guy came in and gave me 1,000,000 gold. They'll be like, yeah, that was me, dude. All right, here's the bank. All right, time to put away the gold. I'm gonna put all the gold. And then I'm going to withdraw. I don't know why, but this just seemed easier. I'm going to withdraw 1,000 gold to have on my person. It's a nice round number. Feels like I can throw around. Deposit the frog token, because I can get the town where I can redeem that has a bank, and I can just get it there. So I don't need to carry it around with me. Your game name was different, so don't feel bad. No, but then But you did make the connection where you said, I'm going to meet you. And then I was like, and then I noticed someone following me. And I was like, is that you? And then you told me as Finn, yeah, that's me. Or in the game you said, yeah, that's me. You answered. Maybe it was all just a coincidence and it was someone else. He gave me $1 million and said, take care, sir. I'll always remember the time that good old what's-his-name gave me $1 million, 1 million coins, and then told me to take care. I wonder where old what's-his-name now is doing, where he's at and how he's doing. What do you think, Finn? Hey, in totally unrelated news, did y'all know I'm turning 51 this year? Yeah, that would explain a lot. I'm much closer to being back in diapers than he is to getting out of diapers. Please refrain from using newfangled words. Stick to speaking normal. I don't even know if normal's the right word. Just pretend you're talking to your grandfather. What? What is a PK? And that's the funny thing is I sit here with doing an old man voice, right? But literally, like, most of the people that hang out in game streams would literally consider me an old man. Oh, look, I'm an old man. It's like, yeah, you are, dude. That's what they're saying. Dude, yes, you are. I don't know why you're doing the funny voice. Hey, Skylar. What got me into RuneScape? Well, it's been on my radar for a long time. Like, I've tried out the regular RuneScape a couple times. It didn't stick. Really, what got into it is videos just kept showing up in my feed. I watch a lot of YouTubers, content creators, who do content about MMOs. And it's just old school RuneScape has just been coming up a lot over the past few years. And in particular, videos have kept popping up recently. There are YouTubers, like I mentioned earlier, Josh Strife Hayes is a content creator who I respect his opinions. He seems like fairly knowledgeable. He's played a lot of games and he seems to have like a good eye for analysis and evaluating games. And like he couldn't say a bad thing about old school RuneScape. And he actually liked both of them. And that's the thing that I keep seeing is people who are really into RuneScape who seem like they're really knowledgeable and articulate about explaining why and doing like reviews and stuff. Some of them even like RuneScape 3. But most of them seem to gravitate towards old school RuneScape. So it's like that's where I'm like I kind of want to give it some time and figure out what it is. Like, why are people obsessed with this game? Can you answer you guys? Can you answer that question simply? I don't think you can answer it simply. Why are people so obsessed with this game? And I've been saying a lot of stuff in this stream that I think is going towards it. And I think the thing that the most stands out to me is how much it's not like any other MMO. And that's also one reason why old school is, I think, for people who would be into the RuneScape type of game, that the new RuneScape trying to be more like World of Warcraft is just taking it further away from why people like RuneScape in the first place, right? Because of how it's not like anything else. It's not trying to be like anything else. Oh, hey, Umbra, how you doing? Yeah, I think, well, and that's the thing, too, that gets thrown around over and over again. Why it's so huge to begin with is because everyone had access to it. The thing that people keep saying is you could play it in a browser in your school computer. So everyone as a kid at school was playing this game because it was one of the only things you could actually play. And so a ton of people played it because that's what they had the best access to. And what is it? I heard someone recently say, if you didn't quit by the time you started high school, you're still playing. because they're saying the demographic that plays RuneScape now is like the biggest demographic is between 25 and 35. So it's like it's not a kids game anymore. And as like I think Brad pointed out earlier, and there's an argument, I've seen it online, people saying, oh, it's just nostalgia. But I don't think maybe nostalgia is one of the things that make it special and enduring. But I don't think you play something as a 30-year-old man for thousands of hours at that stage of your life just because it's nostalgic. There's got to be something else to it, right? There's Finn coming in with a pretty succinct answer to the question of what is it about it. The game has been around for 20 plus years. It's completely unique in its mechanics and holds a record for being the largest free MMO. I agree with that. And I think that gets back to the question of why it is the largest free MMO. And I think a part of it's the accessibility, the wide accessibility from when it first launched, low system requirements. Like you didn't need to have a beefy computer to run a browser game, right? Like the bar for entry was so low, and then once you got into it, it was actually a game that people would get totally into playing. So I think that was step one. Get 50 million people to play this game and enjoy it. And then, you know, that's sort of a good start, I guess you could say. Let's see, everyone playing this game on gaming PCs with the best graphic cards these days. Well, these days is a little bit different. Now, I think, honestly, you could still run this game on a potato if you don't want to jack the graphics up, I think. Oh, you had to get a screen replacement. Yikes. I'm glad you got that sorted out. That doesn't sound that bad. $70? Anyways. Players have a say in what's added to the game. The community votes on polls. And that's something I brought up earlier too. Which I think is kind of neat. Is like old school RuneScape was created based on a player vote. Like that's how they first proposed the idea. Because I've been watching a lot of, if you start watching videos on YouTube about old school RuneScape, all of a sudden YouTube is it's an algorithmic like hotspot where YouTube's like, oh, you liked RuneScape? And it's like, boom, because there's so much content and commentary and stuff about RuneScape. So now, and then because I'm interested in RuneScape, I keep watching. Like, if I wasn't streaming right now, I would probably be playing this and having videos about old school RuneScape playing on my second monitor. But yeah, I think that voting thing it's kind of brilliant because the problem with the original RuneScape that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way is they really didn't like what the devs were doing to try and modernize it, and monetize it. And the fact that they're like, all right, well, if enough of you really want things the way they were, we'll launch a parallel version of the game, give it its own devs. And if there's enough interest, we'll do it. And that's how it got started. I think that's cool. And then once you're in it, like, none of the changes come to the game unless it's approved by a majority of the players. Like a 70%, right? People are passionate about it. It's more than just a game to a lot of us. And that's the thing. Yeah, people are passionate about it. And this is a funny thing. And I think I asked one of the first people that came in here who were just, because my streams, there's I've got almost 2,000 subs, right? I got 1,800 subs. But that was from back in the day when YouTube gaming was a thing. It was trying to compete with Twitch. And there was this whole community where everyone's raiding each other and stuff. And I was part of that community. I went to like VidCon. And then that community kind of died out. And my life changed too. So I was not about growing my channel or whatever, trying to make it YouTube a thing. I kept streaming. I streamed once a week. And I streamed because I made some friends. And even though I got 1,800 subs, is pretty much the same 10 people show up. I stream every Thursday. They show up. I talk to them. I like the smaller streams. I enjoy it. But it's kind of unusual that a lot of newcomers show up in my streams, because normally it's like no one shows up except the people who already know me. And I'm not complaining at all. I think it's totally cool that there's like new people coming in. New people are totally welcome. That's and appreciated. But it's just not what my channel's been around. It's not what it's been about for the last 6 years. My channel's been mostly about, I log in, the same 10 people show up. There's probably an orbit of about 50 people who are still, maybe between 50 and 100 people who are still sort of keeping track of me and pop in and out from time to time. Let's see. And Abracadabra, you've been playing RuneScape since Dual Arena was big. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds like you mean it's been a while. Skylar, your brother got the farming pet at level 77 farming, but he hasn't been on in a long time. Hey, Jeff. I don't raid people. No, I don't. But I used to raid people, Jeff, until I think 2018. And that's when a bunch of shit happened in my life. And then I moved, and I informally quit streaming at that point when I moved, and I was like, once I get my new life set up and I find a job, then we'll see what things look like. And I may or may not resume streaming. And obviously I did. I ended up resuming streaming. But that was sort of like where the line was. And then also a lot of people left YouTube. They went to Twitch, and I didn't, like in 2018, and I didn't do that. Mostly because Brad said he couldn't. He's in China, and his VPN wouldn't let him watch Twitch. So I said, well, fuck it. And I don't want to do like multi-streaming where I'm streaming 2 services at once. That sounds like a pain in the ass. So I just stayed here. You just learned to change the dual arena. Yeah, Mike. Mike was someone I met like 2016, 2017, very early on. I've known Mike forever, and I met Mike at VidCon 2017. It's one of the few people that I hung out with from the olden days. Let's see. Wait, how many subs do you have, Mike? Did you get to 6,000? I think like that was Dark Jake. Dark Jake exploded because he did Mario Maker. It was like, boom. Especially if they found out you were doing other, like, people could submit levels in the stream and you'd play them. All of a sudden, I mean, granted, you'd get swarmed by a bunch of arguably annoying 11-year-olds, but you'd get 6,000 subs. Hey, Abracadabra, am I an Iron Man? No, I'm not an Iron Man. So for my first checking things out, I've played a little bit in RuneScape 3 and in old school RuneScape. And let's see, can I see how much? Where's the thing that tells you? Where's that screen where you can see how much you've played? That's... Oh, well. So you can see how much I've played. There was like a very... See, I don't even know where anything is anymore. Emotes. Account management. I can't find anything. Anyways, no, I'm not an Iron Man. And the way that, like, from what I've heard about Iron Man so far is, I don't know that I would be that interested to do Iron Man for old school RuneScape, because it's already challenging enough for me to deal with without that extra restriction. If I were to play RuneScape 3, because you can buy your way through everything in RuneScape 3, but not if you're an Iron Man, I can see the appeal of Iron Man meaning a lot more in RuneScape 3, because when they see that you're Iron Man in RuneScape 3, they know that you haven't just like paid for it, right? Whereas in old school RuneScape, you can do a little bit of not really pay to win, but you know, you can basically buy in-game gold by selling the account bonds. Is that what they call bonds? Forget. But it's not like you just buy your skill points and all that shit. What world? Right now, I think I'm in... God, I don't even remember. I think I'm in 301 right now. All right. Recently finished Chains of Memory. Oh, you're talking about... Okay. But yeah, I used to raid people, Jeff. And most of you guys, most of my regular viewers were people... You're people that I met from being raided by other YouTubers. And I would raid them and they would raid me, but most of them were much bigger than I was. Except for Evie. Evie found me all by herself. Evie was first. The first regular. Evie 23, ladies and gentlemen. You poured your sweat into your walkthroughs? No, you had some pretty, like... Didn't you do like a no-kill playthrough of Deus Ex? Which to me seems like insane. Like, I don't even know how you can get through that game without killing anything. But you did some crazy stuff. Only for them to be ignored in favor of your Mario Maker streams, in which prepubescent goblins wanted to see a grown man flip out. Yeah, there you go, Mike. I'm not going to feign comedic fear reactions or frustrations for viewers. I'm just going to get pissed. That's fair. That's fair. Sometimes I like horror games because I'll have some kind of authentic oh shit reactions. There's some good ones. I'm trying to think of like a Project Zomboid. There are a couple clips I think Maxi clipped and put on my Discord last year. Because there's sometimes, yeah, but they're not, it's not constant. You found me through a raid? Did you really? Huh. And Mike, you did do that, yes. Oh yeah, the dog cam. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I do have a green screen. It's like a nice one. But if I try to set it up and block, because it basically blocks me off, it creates a barrier the way this room is. It like takes up a whole, it partitions the room. And that would not work. She'd probably end up trying to eat the green screen. Probably knock that shit over. So, there hasn't been a lot of green screening going on since we got the puppy a few months ago. So we tried to watch, we tried to go see Deadpool and Wolverine this past weekend. I don't remember if I told you guys this, but last weekend, or actually it was Monday, was the 20th anniversary of the day that I met my wife. It was also the 17-year anniversary of getting married. But so it's on the same day because we married on the 3-year anniversary to the day that we met. So we kind of like celebrate both milestones simultaneously. So we're calling it our 20th anniversary. We have a big trip coming up in October. We have wedding in Florida. So we're planning a big thing where we're going to do the wedding and then we're going to stay for another week and do like Disney World and Universal Orlando and all that stuff. So we have a big trip planned for this year. If it hadn't been for the wedding, probably we would have done it for our anniversary. But it kind of works out. October is a good time to travel anyways. So we kept our actual anniversary weekend pretty low key. The big thing we splurged on, which is we put her into a little pet hotel, because when she's around, a lot of what we do is all about her. We put her in a little pet hotel Saturday morning. We picked her up like Sunday afternoon. And then it was just so we could play board games and hang out and do stuff. But our thing that we wanted, we watched a movie. That's when we watched Ghostbusters in the morning. We had yummy food. And then we were planning to see we're planning to see the Deadpool and Wolverine was playing at a theater that we like. It's a special place. It's about 40 miles away, or some, maybe less. I don't know. It's McMenamins. I brought these places up before. They're old. This place was like an old insane asylum that they turned into a hotel, with a bunch of the rooms have been turned into restaurants, and one room's been turned into a movie theater. It's like cool shit. We've stayed at a couple different McMenamins, 3 different McMenamins on our anniversaries for the past few years. One is an elementary school that got converted into like... Anyway, they're cool stuff. But anyways, this time we were just going to go to see a movie. And it was at a place where we stayed for our anniversary a couple years ago, too. It's called Grand Lodge. It's like way on the outskirts of the Portland metro area. And we ended up cutting it kind of close. And we're pulling up to the parking lot like 2 minutes before the movie was going to start. And then we got in, and the parking lot was full. And there's a sign that said overflow parking. And we pulled up, and they were like, "Oh yeah, overflow parking. Leave the property, make a left, and it's like a quarter mile, half mile down the street, and then you gotta walk over." And we're just like, "Oh, we're definitely missing the first 30 minutes of the movie if we do that." So we got pissed, and we said, I got really crabby. We both got crabby. We drove back home. It was kind of sad because it was like the only real plan that we had that day, and it didn't work out. Yeah. And then we got home and ate, and then I got crabby, and I took a nap, and then I woke up from my nap, and she was tired. And so we'd set up this game earlier. We never ended up playing it. Because we got home, we set it up, we went to go see the movie. That didn't work out. We came back, we ate, I took a nap. And then I woke up from my nap around 8 p.m. And she's like just about to go to bed. Like she's falling asleep. So I'm like, oh, I guess we can't play that game. Oh, shit. I'm not even paying attention. I'm not even looking. That's one of my things. What? Who is this? Someone wants to trade with me. Wait, who was it that asked me which world I was in? It's probably that person. And I've been ignoring chat for the last 20 minutes. What the hell are you doing, dude? $5 million gold? It's not you, Finn? No, this is someone else. Wait, who was it that said, what world are you in? Alright, I'm gonna take it. Oh my god. In exchange, I will give you absolutely nothing. Good trade. Wow, and then he's off. It's like, oh, here's this 5 million gold. Wait, who was it? Now that I went off at a tangent and didn't pay attention to chat for 20 minutes. Was that Abracadabra? Anyways, very mysterious. Probably if I were paying attention, I'd know exactly who it was. It's still not Finn. That's okay, Finn. You can see his name in trade. Well, I can see his name. Oh, yeah. Bled Cadaver. So probably that is Abracadabra. Abracadabra from chat. There's enough of an overlap there. Thank you, Abracadabra, a.k.a. Bled Cadaver. 5 million feels like a lot for me. As someone that just started. For someone who never earned on my own more than 3,000 gold, that's a lot. So, and I know, like I said, when I found out that the buying with in-game gold, the 1 month membership thing, is 14 million, it put things in perspective of like what is really a lot of money. But it seems like 5 million, it's not nothing. We'll put it that way. The impression I get, it's a shit ton as far as I'm concerned. For where I am in the game. But I think even for people who got money in this game, it's not, 5 million is not nothing. You've got 7.2 billion in the bank right now? Holy shit. Okay, yeah, literally for you it is nothing. Okay. All right. Help you level up in Quest. Yeah, it's like that care package from your rich uncle. Just get you started, like I used to do with my alts in World of Warcraft. Go, here's Rich Uncle Strom. It's gonna give you the monk I just made or whatever. It's gonna give him a little care package, bags, whatever. All right. And then he called me Mr. Gaming Lawyer, sir, my liege. Wow. All right. Let me see what million things in chat that I missed. Like, he's just trying to give me 5 million gold for 10 minutes, and I'm just like, yeah, then I went to the theater, and it's overflow parking. Blah, 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 blah. And he's like, look, I got this 5 million gold, please. So you know what you want to do with your account? Nope. I don't have any long-term plans. Right now, literally, it's just like playing around in the game, poking around, trying some quests, leveling some stuff up, just poking around, see what's interesting. There's certain like progressions suggest themselves to me. Like, so for example, as compared to RuneScape 3, RuneScape 2 has a lot less amenities. One thing that I've noticed is, like, if you want to go mining, you got to go all the way back to Lumbridge, is that what it's called? Over and over again to, like, smelt your shit. And that's a long way to go if you're not mining right next to that town. And then I realized, oh, well, if you level your magic skill to 30, you start getting teleports. But you need to cost you runes to cast those teleports. So then it's like, well, now I have an incentive to level up my magic, even if I don't want to do magic combat primarily. Level it up enough to get those teleports, because that's handy as fuck. You've got about 12,000 hours in the game between two accounts. So you should take that 5 million and start an in-game movie theater. Do all the free quests first, then be a member. And do you know what the Grand Exchange is? Yeah, I do. I haven't messed with it yet, but I do know what it is. It's the auction house, right? Basically. I haven't messed with it yet. You should quest to quick level and then start skilling. No offense, I don't know what that means, what you just said. What is quick level? And I mean, I think what you mean, like, skilling is like grinding for skill points. AH, yeah, auction house. Wow, lingo. Yeah. Choose a skill and then grind it. Okay, that's what skilling is. Non-combat. So that's like, I'm just going to chop down trees for the next week. And that's the thing, too, where it's like, if I start thinking too much about that, that's where I'll start being like, is that really how, like, am I into that? Eventually, you probably gotta come up with a game plan. But so far, it's just been me poking around. Probably grossly inefficient in the big picture in terms of, like, someone that knew what they were doing would be a lot further along than I am for the hours that I put in so far. 99 fletching in about 6 hours. Okay. So not weeks. But I guess probably depends on the skill. Do wood cutting when you like. Doing housework and stuff. Make the game work for you. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, too, that, like, I've seen said a few times is rather, at least in the beginning, was rather than sit there and try and grind your skills, just do the available quests, because they'll give you all sorts of skill points, which are going to make a much bigger difference when you're a new player than if you grinded a bunch of skills up and then you do those quests and the rewards you're getting are like almost drops in the bucket. They're like nothing. So that's one reason why I started paying attention to quests. So basically what I've been doing is I've got this quest helper from Runelight, which is, you know, got all the special bells and extra bells and whistles. And you can do optimal ordering. Filters, free to play, difficulty all, ordering optimal. And it just basically tells you a good order to do the quests in. So, and once in a while I've run into quests just randomly. Like I see that there's a quest giver in like the starting town I'm in, I talk to him, I do the quest. But, so I've done some organically. But since I've started doing this, and I've only done a couple, 2 or 3 so far. But yeah, and I'm very thankful for all the guidance that Quest Helper gives me, because I just did the one where you release like the prince. There's a prince that was captured by bandits, and you don't fight. You have to do this one like you get a disguise, and you find ways to trick the guards by getting certain objects. And you basically like trick your way into getting him out, and that was kind of cool. But that's the one that I just did. And if I hadn't had access to the wiki to tell me like where I needed to get the crap that I needed to like to make the wig to dress up the guy to disguise him, I might have a hard time figuring it out. Runelight is good skilling if you don't want to burn out. Okay. And knowing how much time you have put in, really want to think about playing again. I just know how much time it will be. Well, and you know, the thing with me about games like this is even if I get into it, I can almost guarantee you I'm not going to be someone that's going to be maxing out all my skills. Like, really, this is just me taking a break from Final Fantasy XIV, because that's the game that I've been trying to get through. I'm on the free trial for Final Fantasy XIV, which is phenomenal value, by the way. If you haven't tried it, if you're into regular theme park type MMOs, I think Final Fantasy XIV is an amazing game. Very, 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 very different from RuneScape. And I think that's the reason why I'm enjoying RuneScape, is because I needed a break from Final Fantasy XIV. And this is nothing like it. And I'm kind of liking how it's very relaxing in a lot of ways. And that's one reason why I'm like not super worried. Like, yeah, I don't have objectives for my character. And I know if I keep playing, I'll by necessity start developing interests and more specific goals. Because you're not going to stick with a game like this unless you start having like things that are compelling you to go forward. This game's a blast from the past. Hey, Rockslide, how you doing? Ephemeral Rockstorm. Used to play it back in the day. I never played it back in the day. Now I'm trying to see if I can figure out where the thing is. Run currently off. What's options? Oh, bond pouch. That's where you get your. Where's this? Where's the thing where you can see how many hours you've played? Here it is. Total time played, 17 hours and 5 minutes. That's where I'm at. Sometimes this game will make you want to kickstart a landmine. What? What does that mean? One MMO I'd love to get back into is Star Wars Old Republic. That's a game that I really got into, like, within the first couple of years that it came out. I really was into it. And then, this just happens, big games in general, I burn out. So all my favorite games that are big, I either don't finish them or I burn out. Skyrim is the prime example. It's one of my favorite games. It took me like 4 years to beat it for the first time, because I'd play it and 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 play it. And I love exploring all this stuff. And then I'd be halfway through it and go, I've had enough. And then I'd go play something else. Red Dead Redemption is another huge example. I have Red Dead Redemption 2, which is, I think, objectively one of the best games. In some ways, I might even say it's like the best game. In some ways, the best game ever made. And probably 30% of the way through that. I've started it a couple times. I get super into exploring and poking around all these side missions and mechanics and everything else. And then I'll play. I'll play like over a few weeks. I'll play like 40 hours and I'll just be like, all right, that's enough. And then I'll put it down for 2 years and then it'll be like, hey, you know what I should play? I should play Red Dead Redemption. And I don't remember what the fuck I was doing. I don't remember who anyone was. So, I'll just start over again. And it's a cycle. It's a vicious cycle. I did the same thing with The Witcher 3. And the thing that's funny about The Witcher 3 is it turns out that the first time I played it, when I stalled out, I didn't know this. But I was only about 5 hours away from beating the game. Like, I was so close to the end. I just didn't know I was close to the end. But Final Fantasy XIV is like... I really like Final Fantasy XIV. And that's still, like, bookmarked in my mind right now as the main game that I'm playing. I just needed a break from it. Seems like the kind of game, though, where possibly, maybe I'm wrong, but possibly it could just be sort of a game you do on the side. Like I played Dungeons and Dragons sometime. Like, I do other things on the side that you just pop in and do it. I don't know. You splurged for your birthday with a couple of big gifts. Oh shit. Abracadabra, you playing horror games mainly? I like horror games. I'm a horror fan. But I don't play them a ton. And that's the funny thing is like I'm always saying how I always would say, oh yeah, horror is like one of my favorite things. And the reality is it's just not what I play for the most part. And like I'll say, I mentioned Dead by Daylight earlier. People talking about PvP type games. And Dead by Daylight is the only game that I can think of that in any time like modern years I've played that has a PvP focus. Like I'm not a PvP person. But I like the PvP in Dead by Daylight. But it stresses me out so much. Like that head-to-head stuff and like getting beaten by other people and feeling like owned by people and shit because I suck at everything, right? That I gotta be in the really right mood for it, and often I'm not. So, and the truth is too, that's a game that I played a shit ton of a few years ago. And sometimes when I play a shit ton of a game and I've had enough, I never really get back into it as much as I did that first time. I've got my I got a Quest 3 right here. Now the thing that kind of sucks is since I got the puppy, it's a lot harder to play a VR game because first off, you got to watch what the hell she's doing all the time. Because she's destroyed headset. Like I bought a new headset for work. She chewed the cable for that. She chewed the cable for our $500 portable air conditioner that we found out after that she chewed it up that you can't get that shit fixed. Repairmen won't touch it because of like whatever. There's licensing like coding things so you can't fix it. And if you try to do it yourself, you burn your house down. So I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. But the name of the game for her is you got to be able to see what she's doing at all times. And if I put this on, she could be right next to me taking a massive shit on my bed while like choking on my pillows and dying right in front of me and then falling out the window. Like just all the crazy shit if no one's keeping her in check. So this doesn't get played with that much. Once in a while, like maybe once every week or two now, I'll lock myself in a room and tell my wife, I'm going to have some VR time. So I'm locking the puppy out. But the thing is she likes both of us, but if she doesn't have access to either one of us, if one of us leaves or locks ourselves in a room that she can't get into, she starts like flipping out too. Like she'll be at the door howling like an old hound dog, scratching and all this shit. You can double tap the side to see through. Hell yeah, you can. You could do that with the Quest 2 as well. Quest 3 does it a little better and in color. But But it's good enough that you can basically just walk around the house with this thing on and do most of your normal activities. Although you wouldn't sit down and write an email. You could. You blew up everything really high res on your screen. But no, it's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of this. And the one thing I really do want to get back into that I haven't is last year I lost 40 pounds. Mostly with some diet and a lot of exercise, and most of the exercise was playing Beat Saber on my Quest 2. And then I got the Quest 3 last year too, and I started playing on there. Since we got the puppy dog, putting on a helmet and flailing around is not something I can do while she's wandering in a place where I can be. So it's put a big kibosh on that. But the counterpoint is I have to walk her like twice a day. So I'm still getting like about an hour of physical activity a day, but it's less intense. But there's still benefits, but I've gained a little bit of the weight back. I won't lie. Part of it too is like I'm more tired dealing with her all the time. So it's more like the temptations of like, oh fuck it, I'll just eat whatever's easy right now. Whatever. It doesn't have to be the smart decision. It's what's easy and it's what sounds good. I don't want to I'm just gonna eat this thing here. I haven't completely fallen apart on food, like just like, oh, I'm just ordering pizza every night or any kind of shit like that. But still, it's like I probably gained back, I don't know, I'm gonna guess somewhere between 5 and 10 pounds this year, like over the past, probably since like December. So yeah, I'd like to get back into the Beat Saber though. That's some good shit. I like VR. I'm excited to see where VR goes too. All right. Well, shit. There's a whole lot of me not playing the game. God damn, is it 11:30? All right, I'm gonna finish this quest, and I might need to consider ending the stream soon. I didn't realize it's creeping up on midnight. I do have work in the morning, you know. I am actually a lawyer, sort of. You drink the cauldron, it tastes horrible. You feel yourself imbued with power. Oh, that was it? I thought something dramatic was going to happen. You completed Witch's Potion. You were awarded 1 quest point, 325 magic XP. My magic level is now 10. Ooh, that completed one of my tasks, too. That was a lot better than grinding magic out. Hey, you got anything cool to tell me now that I passed your little quiz? How's your magic coming along? I'm practicing, slowly getting better. Well, slowly, not really. It's all happening in big chunks, really. Good, good. Okay, that's it. Nothing special to... Did she sell anything? Okay, no. That was it. I put that off for an hour thinking there might be some crazy shit happen when I drink the potion. And it was just like, boom, you won. Here's some experience. Okay. It's almost 2 for you and you have 3 hours of work left. Oh, are you like on a grave shift right now? I was a security supervisor for a few years and I worked the grave shift. So 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Yeah, good times. That was kind of cool. I don't know if I could do it anymore, but I did. Well, I guess if I had to, I could do it, but. Hey, can you feel the game's dopamine thing sinking in? Is that what just happened, Rask, when I drank that potion and all the things happened and I gained levels and I was like, yay! Was that the dopamine? Yeah, I think I picked up on that a little bit. That felt kind of good. I could use some more of that. The quests are, yeah, they're good for beginning skills for sure. Night shift is the worst. You hated getting off at 7 a.m. 4:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. That's a long shift, Skylar. No, I always did 8-hour shifts, and I tended to work more like swing shift type jobs, like I used to close a independent grocery store. I was a shift manager, and we would close at midnight, and I'd be out by 1. So I worked from like 4 to midnight. Yeah, it was like 4 to midnight, and then as long as it took to count out the registers and all that shit and get out of there. I worked some temp jobs like in factory work, and they were factories that like random machines that went 24 hours a day, so they had 3 shifts, and I did swing shifts there. And it wasn't until I did security, and I started on swing shift at security too, 3 to 11. But then the supervisor position opened up on the grave shift, and I got it. And so that's how I ended up working the grave shift. I actually really didn't mind it. The thing that was kind of cool is like, nothing happened during the grave shift. You still had to like do your job and stuff and do the patrols and do all this stuff. I worked in a control center. And then did some foot patrols. We would take turns doing like foot patrols and vehicle patrols on the campus. We're the place where, well, they call it campus, but it was one of the Intel, Intel Inside, Intel Corporation. It was one of, they have some huge campuses here near Portland. And yeah, that was a cool job. So in fact, when we first came back to Portland, I actually applied. It looked like they were listing campus manager positions, which is like the top of the food chain for that area of work. But then when I applied to it, they were like, and I had a law degree at this point. I was a licensed attorney, but it's the sort of thing where you can, if I had a little security experience and I now have a law degree, I thought, well, maybe I can be the top boss of one of these campuses for security. And then they're like, oh no, we just list all the positions that we have, but that's not actually like an entry-level job, or that's something you can do. But you could be a security guard. I was like, well, I'll let you know if nothing else pans out. It was tempting for a minute there because I didn't have any job. When I first moved here, my wife had a job and I didn't. And I needed to find one. But yeah, so what I ended up finding has worked out for me pretty well, I think, more or less. I'm not rich or anything, but I like what I'm doing. And although some days I would rather be a security guard, honestly, didn't pay as well, but and also it'd be like my job title now has the word attorney in it, and given the fact that I am a lawyer, it's like it feels like, hey, that's appropriate. What's your job? My job title is project attorney. If you're like, hey, what? Oh, you're a lawyer? What is your job? I'm the swing shift security gate supervisor. Or I would even be just security officer. I'm just security officer. I stand by a door. And then I'll check people's badges as they're coming in. That's why I went to law school. You need for that kind of job, you know. All right. So, but you know what? Yeah, it's almost midnight. Speaking of being a project attorney, I do have work in the morning. Fridays used to be chill, but for some reason, they keep inventing new reasons to have meetings, and I keep getting invited to these meetings. So now there's a weekly meeting, first thing in the morning at my job. Well, I start at 9, so that's not terrible, but it used to be, and it's kind of a brain-intensive meeting, too. It's, I can't really get into it, but there's a lot of complicated shit that happens at my work. They're always trying to figure out how to make it work. And it's one of those meetings where they're trying to fine-tune some complicated shit, and we meet every week. And I'm like, I'd rather not do that. Like, I stumble out of bed. I work from home, too, so it's even like, I shouldn't complain. But sometimes, literally, I get out of bed, I log in, and I'm like in this one of these meetings, and it's like fucking awful. Well, I'm about to be in no world at all because I'm about to log out. And hello, XVWVX. Now, if my experience is based on anything, anyone who asks me what world I'm in is usually about to show up and give me millions of coins. That's happened shockingly. Well, it's happened a few times tonight. I feel like I've won the lottery over and over again. You think it's time for evidence a structured approach, Brad? Oh, Legion, you out? You need a lawyer. All right, maybe we will do some evidence a structured approach. Let's see. Hold on a sec, though. We got the window capture. Here. I need to get out of this game. I'm sure I want to exit. Thank you for asking. Alright. Here we are. On my thanks for watching screen. So now, as foretold, I'm not in any world. Puppy's laying over there. Alright, but it just so happens... Is this it? One of my relics from law school, I use this TV tray for an armrest because I play on this gamepad, so I don't use my keyboard. I keep this in my lap, and I have this TV tray here with my mouse pad on a couple of law books because the law books raise the level just perfect for where my arm should be, ergonomically speaking, for the position I'm taking. But it occurred to me after playing the streaming like this for 8 years one day to show people what the books were I've been leaning my elbow on all these years. And one of them is Evidence, a Structured Approach. And the other one is Federal Income Taxation. So, yeah, you can see, I really got my money's worth out of these books, I guess you could say. Because once you get out of law school, aside from having books up on a shelf that people go, oh, look at all those impressive looking books, you don't really need those books anymore. You can play with just the mouse, middle click mouse to rotate. Yeah, I was doing that. But I like having the shortcuts, right? Like the inventory and the character thing and the quest log and all that stuff. But it's true. In RuneScape, like, you really don't need... It's not like you're using WASD to move around or anything like that. Like, you could literally play the whole game with a mouse. But yeah. Wait, no, that's right. Oh, Evidence, a Structured Approach. Let's see, where were we, Brad? Sometimes at the end of my streams, I do weird shit. One of them is I started reading some of the cases. Famous cases. Oh, here we are. I even put this Reese's Pieces thing as a bookmark. See, hotkeys are real nice for PVM. Oh, I can imagine that. Good for PKing. Well, Brad, if you don't remember where we were, maybe... Let's see. It's just to play another game for just a little bit, or Evidence Structured Approach. I can give you a little sneak preview for what this next case is about. It's a 1993 case. It's DC Appellate. It's called Feaster versus United States. And the section it's in is called Conducting the Balance. We have yet to address an important question about the application of Rule 403. Recall standard rule. Judges determine the questions of law, and juries decide questions of fact. Most important for present purposes is the rule that juries, not judges, determine the credibility of witnesses, one of the most basic of facts. How then can the judge perform the probative value / prejudicial impact balance without evaluating the credibility of the witness or the evidence at issue? More specifically, is the credibility of a witness a factor in weighing the probative value of her testimony? That question is addressed in the following case. How excited... What? That's like it's just a little teaser. A little teaser. Feaster versus the United States. DC Appellate Court, 1993. Are you concerned about the credibility of witness? But do you see what they're really getting into some stuff here? Because as they're saying, like, that's the role of the jury. The judge decides what is or is not the law. The jury decides what is or is not the facts based on the evidence. But they don't get to decide what the law is. And the judge doesn't get to decide whether the witnesses are credible, what's true or not. But one of the things as a matter of evidence the judge needs to evaluate is certain rules state that if a witness's testimony is more prejudicial than it is probative, which means like in certain examples recently where there's a certain individual that was on trial for business fraud or falsifying business records, and they wanted to bring in testimony from a certain lady that was related to where that money was going for which he was falsifying business records. So it's a real life example. The argument would, and probably I believe was made, that the nature of this defendant's interactions with this particular woman were far more prejudicial against his character than what was necessary to prove the fraud that he conducted with his business records. So they're saying like, yeah, you don't need to know what he did with the hooker. Like that, diving deep into that shit, gonna make him look way too bad, and it doesn't have enough to do with proving that he falsified business records to make it worth introducing to a jury. Because all it's gonna do is make the jury think this guy's a creep. That's the argument. So that's a situation where that would go before a judge, and the judge would have certain sets of rules where he can't determine what's true or not true, who's credible and not credible, but he has to decide whether what the testimony this person is going to offer, how significant is it, and does it outweigh the prejudicial nature of what they're going to bring to the table. Judge does need to answer that question. As a prosecutor, I need to know what's inbound as far as smearing the witness, because I'm going after those fuckers right up the borderline before I get held for contempt. All right, that's fair. So let's see. This is Rogers, chief judge. Now this is a DC appellate court. So this is not the Supreme Court. And DC is its own little special world. It's not one of the states. It's one of its own little federal territories. And so this would have been something went to trial in DC at like the regular trial court level, and then it got appealed, and it went to the DC appellate court, and that became a binding legal opinion. If it got appealed again, then it could go conceivably to the Supreme Court if they wanted to hear it, which most cases that get appealed to the Supreme Court, they don't. They're like, nah. They don't even answer. They're just like, nope. Just give them the nope. Nope. Well, you might not know it. You might know what an appellate court is, but I don't know if everyone else here would know what an appellate court is. That's why I'm bringing it up. And you know how they cite cases from the past? People are like, well, according to Fisher v. United States, blah, blah, blah. And they act like it's binding law. Well, at a regular district court level, it's not. All that stuff that happens in a regular trial, none of that shit's binding. No one can cite to that trial and say, well, that's what that established precedent, and now that is the law, like how the law is applied. It only becomes binding when it goes on to appeal and is published in an opinion. The Supreme Court only takes on cases where they can take rights away from people. Nah, I think it depends on what era we're talking about. And give new rights to corporations, yes. Well, the thing is that the big trick there is they found that corporations were people. So by that definition, they are giving more rights to people. All right? You're talking about right now. All right, well. Yeah, there's a lot. Well, that's been like that. Let's be real. It's been a little bit like that for a while now. But it's kind of gone in a hyper overdrive in the last few years. One of the worst rulings in recent Supreme Court history that corporations were persons. I agree. I don't like that one at all. That's some real bullshittery right there. Yeah, Citizens United. Well, this one won't be nearly as earth-shattering, because this is just about the rules evidence, Brad. So, appellant Michael E. Feaster appeals from his convictions by a jury of sexual offenses on the ground that his Sixth Amendment right to present a defense was violated when the trial judge excluded from the defense case a transcript of the grand jury testimony of Oscar Mitchell. The complainants were 7 young boys from troubled homes whom appellant took into his home and held out as his, quote, godsons. 4 of the complainants were under the age of 14 at the time of the incidents, which occurred between the summer of 1987 and early 1989. Do I listen to any podcasts? Sometimes. It's been a while, but yeah. The one that I like the most is called The Dollop. DOLLOP. I also used to like the, you guys ever listen to Red State Update? I like those guys. Red State Update podcast from them. Probably the most, and I met those guys in real life too, so, but they're funny. Anyways. Alright, so the complainants maintained that when they began staying at the appellant's home, he had treated them, quote, nice. Made sure that they went to school and did their homework, and bought clothes for them. However, this situation ended on Saturday, February 25, 1989, when one of the boys, John, ran away from appellant's apartment to his grandmother's home. Crying and upset, he told his grandmother that appellant had sexually assaulted him. The following Monday, John was examined by a doctor. As a result of a police investigation, appellant was charged with 41 counts of sexually assaulting the boys who lived at or regularly visited his home. It sounds bad. You're right. Okay, so, and at trial, this whole paragraph is in brackets, it's coming up. At trial, the prosecution introduced the testimony of several boys who gave similar accounts of the events in appellant's home. 3 of the witnesses stated that 19-year-old Oscar Mitchell, this is the person whose testimony I think is being contested, Oscar Mitchell observed the sexual misconduct. When testifying before the grand jury, however, Mitchell had claimed that he was hardly ever home, and he denied observing any such misconduct. Defense counsels sought to introduce the transcript of Mitchell's grand jury testimony instead of calling him as a witness. Though the transcript constituted hearsay, the defendant claimed that Mitchell was unavailable and that the transcript was admissible under the former testimony exception to the hearsay rule, which we will study in Chapter 3. Hold on. The trial court denied, and just so you know, spoiler alert, if you ever take introduction to evidence, half the course is about the hearsay rule and its million exceptions. Surprisingly, shocking number of complex nuances and exceptions. Okay. The trial court denied defendant's request, holding that because the prosecutor did not conduct a searching examination of Mitchell's superficial testimony, the former testimony exception did not apply. The defense then presented its case, including 2 witnesses who stated that they had never seen the appellant engaged in sexual acts with the boys in the house, and 1 witness who offered a possible motive for John's instigation of the allegations. John is the lead person that brought the charges against him. The jury found appellant guilty of 6 counts of sodomy, 16 counts of indecent liberties, and 4 counts of enticing a minor child. Should I be reading this case? This feels like very risque for YouTube. Now I'm thinking about it, like, that's not like I'm going to be monetized anyways. No, I don't monetize. Maybe that didn't matter. but I just feel like you start talking about kids and shit going on. Like, I didn't know what this case was going to be about, except about rules of evidence. This is getting some really scandalous, messy shit. Y'all you care about is the merit, if this merits a hearsay exception. All right, Brad. Well, no, what they're talking about here is weighing the prejudicial nature of proposed evidence against its value as evidence to prove what needs to be proven. So hearsay was just referenced incidentally. The court first concluded that former testimony exception applied if, in fact, Mitchell was unavailable. Absent a judicial finding, as well as sufficient record to assess unavailability, the question remains whether, assuming unavailability, the exclusion of Oscar Mitchell's grand jury testimony can be upheld on some other basis. The judge based his decision to exclude the evidence on 3 grounds. First, the absence of a sufficient opportunity for the government to cross-examine Oscar Miller when he appeared before the grand jury. 2, the unreliability of Oscar Mitchell's grand jury testimony. And 3, the likelihood of juror confusion resulting from the inability of the jurors to understand Oscar Mitchell's testimony. These reasons for exclusion do not withstand scrutiny. While the trial judge has discretion to exclude otherwise admissible evidence on the grounds that it is not competent, relevant, or conflicts with countervailing evidentiary policy concerns, Oscar Mitchell's grand jury testimony did not present any of these problems. The grand jury testimony was relevant to the material issue of appellant's guilt or innocence. It was also competent evidence if Oscar Mitchell was unavailable. Nevertheless, the trial judge excluded the transcript, concluding that Oscar Mitchell's testimony was unreliable and that the transcript would not provide the jury with a sufficient opportunity to understand his testimony. So I think the basic crux of it is, in a grand jury, it's not going under cross-exam and all this other stuff. There's no scrutiny to what they're saying. They're just allowed to tell their story without any critical eye. And now they wanted to present a transcript of all that, which was just someone being able to just sort of tell whatever story they wanted to tell unchecked. I could see that argument being made against it. The judge explained in denying appellant's motion for a new trial that when Oscar Mitchell appeared before the grand jury, he made disparaging remarks about homosexuals and, quote, in every way he seemed bent on distracting himself or distancing himself from the defendant, close quote. The judge also found that Oscar Mitchell's denial that he and appellant had a sexual relationship stood in stark contrast to the testimony of other government witnesses who did or would testify to the existence of such a relationship. Okay, so this judge was also saying, all right, so this guy that's going to talk about how swell the defendant was actually in a sexual relationship with that guy, so he's not reliable on that basis either. And there's a bunch of government witnesses that said they have all this evidence saying that they were in a sexual relationship. Just gets murkier and murkier, doesn't it? All right, finally, the judge cited as evidence of the unreliability of Oscar Mitchell's testimony the fact that he was appellant's roommate and was, quote, living in a house where young boys were allegedly, frequently, and routinely molested, which would certainly have seriously undercut the proper grand jury testimony. The judge concluded, quote, viewing the testimony even in a light most favorable to the defense, it fails to persuade me that it contained even minimal indicators of reliability, especially given that I observed and concluded about the credibility of witnesses presented during the trial. In varying degrees, the relevant cases look to prior proceedings examination, that is, cross-examination or its equivalent, to assist in establishing a record testimony from which sufficient reliability emerges. In my view, Mr. Mitchell's grand jury testimony provided no such assurances. I guess we're not going to be talking about grand juries too much since there's no... No, they're just talking about whether they can present a transcript taken from a grand jury in the subsequent trial. So, and that's one of the arguments. So they're saying, like, yeah, because everything in a grand jury is so Mickey Mouse, you can't, like, you can't make an exception to the hearsay exception. Like, the dude's got to show up himself to be cross-examined. You can't just say what he got to say in a special environment and then that's it, right? I can see the argument of why a judge would be like, no, this guy either comes in or he can be subject to a cross-exam. We're not just going to have like this softball ability for him to just go on and tell his whole story without anybody like trying to point out the flaws in it. Yeah, we're going to need another book about grand juries. I don't have that book, Brad. I mean, there might be a chapter somewhere about grand juries, somewhere that I could find. Oh my god, how much longer is this case? Alright. So that was the end of the quote. In Johns v. United States, 1981, the court cautioned against confusing the discretion that the trial court has with regard to determining whether evidence is admissible with the, quote, credibility and weight to be assigned to competent and admissible evidence. Quote, it is for the jury to decide weight and credibility. Neither the trial court nor the reviewing court can infringe upon that authority. End quote. Thus, once statements satisfy the four elements of the prior testimony exception, the necessary indicia of reliability are met, and any analysis of the substantive reliability of the testimony is inappropriate. And further quoting that case, quote, we conclude that the trial court impermissibly invaded the province of the jury in excluding grand jury testimony. Close quote. Although a witness credibility before a grand jury may be open to question, as appellant concedes, the question was for the petite jury and not the trial judge to decide. All right. And you're saying this was a case where the trial judge abused discretion in excluding results of a blood alcohol test on the grounds that the results conflicted with testimony of another witness. The decision, quote, constituted a credible choice which should properly have been reserved for the jury, close quote. The trial judge's exclusion of evidence because of, quote, countervailing circumstances, close quote, focused on Oscar Mitchell's credibility. In fact, Oscar Mitchell's grand jury testimony was similar to that of Milton Cheeks. It's a new name, Brad. Let's see. Milton Cheeks, a defense witness who had lived in Appellant's home and denied having a sexual relationship with him or seeing Appellant engage in sexual relationship with John. There's a lot of people living in this guy's house around the molestation that seem to be the ones that are trying to say what a swell guy he is. Yeah, this is sus. Okay, that Oscar Mitchell strongly denied that he was a homosexual, and the appellant was sexually abusing John, and took some offense at efforts by the grand jury prosecutors suggest to the contrary. He even used the word, I'm not going to say it, but it starts with an F. The word F are not proper basis on which to deny appellant the right to present Oscar Mitchell's testimony as part of his defense, or the defense's case of the jury. Nor was it appropriate to exclude the transcript on the grounds that witnesses testified appellant was a homosexual, and Oscar Mitchell continued to live with him. A review of the grand jury transcript does not reveal that Oscar Mitchell's denials and explanations were inherently incredible or that he lacked an appreciation of the seriousness of the occasion. Nor could the trial judge properly conclude under the circumstances that the transcript testimony was excludable on the basis of likely juror confusion. This court, as well as the trial court, has often acknowledged the common sense of the jurors and relied on it where difficult questions of harmfulness and prejudice are at issue. It is hardly an unusual task for jurors to sort out and choose between evidence by witnesses who give different versions of events, and that is precisely what would have occurred in the instant case had the jurors been presented with the transcript of Oscar Mitchell's testimony. John testified that appellant sexually abused him while Oscar Mitchell was present. Oscar Mitchell not only denied being present during the assault, but he also portrayed appellant as someone who had the boy's interests at heart. In addition, Oscar Mitchell's testimony provided further evidence of the tension that existed between appellant and John immediately before he ran away. And it portrayed John as a troubled boy who was having difficulty at school, most recently for touching a female classmate in a sexual nature, and who resented appellant for punishing him as a result. Moreover, his initial effort to distance himself from what was going on at appellant's home is not so obscure or complex that the petite jury could not scrutinize and evaluate his testimony. The apparent hostility of Oscar Mitchell and his evasive answers to some questions could be explained by the fact that the prosecutor had warned Oscar Mitchell that he was a possible target of the grand jury's investigation, and that the government was accusing a person who had taken care of Oscar Mitchell for 5 years, and who he viewed as his stepfather, of horrible criminal acts with children. Partially corroborating medical testimony left open the identity of the person who had molested John, and it did not rule out that John was involved sexually with people at the school or elsewhere. Thus, we perceived no, quote, countervailing circumstances, close quote, in the trial judge's analysis that would justify withholding the transcript from the jury. And then it summarizes, the court then held that the error in excluding Mitchell's testimony was not harmless. Accordingly, we hold that unless the defense fails to demonstrate the unavailability of Oscar Mitchell for the purposes of prior recorded testimony exception, the trial judge erred in excluding the grand jury transcript of Oscar Mitchell's testimony. Because the error could not have been harmless, we remand the case to the trial judge to make a finding on unavailability. So basically what they're saying is, if they can't prove that this guy is unavailable, if they can prove he's unavailable, they can admit the evidence. It comes in under a hearsay exception. Otherwise, it's hearsay, which is basically any out-of-court statement. Any out-of-court statement used to prove the matter asserted. If the testimony, if you're supposed to, if what they're saying, they're trying to prove that what was said is the thing that's true, then it's hearsay. Because there are things that you can see. You can just say something that someone said out of court just to prove that they said it. And that itself becomes the fact. It's not that they're trying to prove what they said was true. Sometimes they can admit things. It's not considered hearsay if they're admitting it for some other reason than to prove the substance of what's being said was true. So, now there are several questions for classroom discussion. What do you think? Hey, Rackets. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to chat. This song is the piano version of Pure Imagination, best known as the song from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. So, yeah. Very famous. You're on board with this ruling from the original judge so far, but let's see what the appellate has to say. Well, we got to it. The appellate has basically said, hey, this judge shouldn't have made those determinations about whether or not this guy was credible. And he shouldn't have excluded it on that basis. That should have been, that judgment should have been reserved for the jury. Which, happen to know sometimes judges do have to make, as a matter of law, ruling as a matter of law, whether something can be admitted or not. So that's a little bit like saying, well, no, they can always determine it. No, sometimes they don't, in fact, determine it. The judge will, depending on what theory of law is being presented, will make a rule about probative value versus prejudicial value, for example. Oh yeah, there's a Nick said the answer. Hey, thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. So wait, Brad, let me ask you. Having heard all of that, the first question for classroom discussion. According to the Feaster Court, how exactly is a trial judge to avoid making determinations of credibility when weighing probative value and prejudicial impact? How can the court determine probative value without deciding whether the evidence is credible? Now, this is not what they're not asking what the appellate court said. They're asking what the original trial judge said, which I already have forgotten. All right. And the fact is, now it's 12:15. That was a bad decision to read that case because now it's very late. But I hope you'll take that question that I just asked you and you'll noodle on that, Brad. Since it's still early in the day where you are, you got the whole evening. You got the whole evening to think about it. What a web! Yeah, who knew when you start hearing something that sounds so dry, evidence a structured approach. It's like, oh, this is about like probative value, hearsay rules, all this shit. And then you get into what the case was actually about, and it's like, holy shit. Okay. All right. Well, you want to find an example that's going to like get your attention. Here it is. One of his main concerns was that those fellas were up at each other's junk. Yeah, that's true. And that they kept denying being up in each other's junk, and that made him not credible. When they had evidence to the contrary. Contradicted by government witnesses. Yep. Oh, wow. Oh, vis-a-vis the boning. All right. Hey, Brad, somebody was taking notes. Well done, Brad. Yeah, that is indeed how I recall it as well. Okay, guys. All right. For those who are... Oh, your issue is remembering what the specific definitions of different legalese means. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of what I learned in law school because what I do in real life for the past 15 years or whatever hasn't really... Or however long it's been. 12 years? Whatever. It's been a hot minute. And the work that I've done hasn't employed most of that knowledge. So, but when I'm reading a case back like that, I know what they're talking about. So, do you love it when I read to you from evidence a structured approach? Would you like evidence structured approach better than federal income taxation? I do think the evidence the structured approach, the cases in there, they got some juicy, scandalous, crazy cases. You didn't go to law school, so yeah, then not knowing the terminology would definitely be a challenge. For sure. Yeah. But it's very interesting. Well, I'm glad you thought so. You really didn't enjoy the taxation book as much as I should, but that's on me, not the book. Yeah. Well, I know some of one of the cases I read there was very near and dear to my heart because it spoke to an issue that I dealt with like after I got out of law school. So it was about whether if you get your rent covered by an employer, should that value be considered taxable income for reporting purposes? And the answer in that was depends. But I did, in fact, after I got out of law school, when I was studying for the bar, was working at the front desk of this massive apartment building that I lived in. And I worked for rent credit. And they did not report that shit. So I didn't get taxed on it. They would just credit like however much I worked off of my rent up to and including my rent. But they wouldn't pay me anything. And so I think reviewing those cases, there's a very substantial argument to be made that I should in fact have been reporting that as taxable income. Should working on a ship be considered free room and board? No, because the rule is if the living accommodations are a required part of the job, then you don't consider it income. If it's just a perk, that is not necessary for the execution of the job, then it should be considered taxable income. So if a cruise ship, no. A cruise ship, that stuff is like considered, it's considered like, where else are you going to sleep and eat, right? It's like, you can't not live on the ship. You have to do it. It's like, you can't do the job unless you live on the ship, right? Yeah. So very similar. What about on a military ship? I think the same would apply. There's probably all sorts of stuff about like military stuff that doesn't get taxed too, but I don't know about that. Things could be completely out the window. But I would imagine whatever actual salary you get in the military, that shit's taxed. But no, my assumption would be that like probably anything that you get, if you're required to live on base or on a ship or wherever it is you are, where they're providing you that, I would imagine in the military that's considered like it's part of your duty to live on base because you're in the fucking military. All right. So you don't get to go out at like go rent an apartment and go live 10 miles away. You live on the fucking base because you're in the army now, bitch, or whatever, Marines or whatever you're in. As a private contractor too. Yeah. If whatever you're doing, if your job as a contractor requires you to live on that boat, then they won't. That's not considered income. That's considered a condition to be able to perform the job duties. So then no, it's not something that they're like, hey, we'll give you extra or whatever. It's like, no, you gotta. I mean, that would suck if they're like, you gotta live on the boat and you gotta pay us to live on the boat, and so it like breaks even. It's like slavery, right? Just be like, oh yeah, we're gonna pay you this much, but Russ gonna charge you that much. How much you get in the end? $10 a month. It's like, nope, sorry, that's not gonna work. Because see, the fact of the matter is, like, there are people that could work at that apartment building, and there are people that did work at that apartment building that didn't live there. So there was not a requirement to live at that building. Although there was a benefit, the argument can be made that there was a benefit to me being at that building because I could be on call to help with stuff on a moment's notice. There was a benefit for me being there, but it was by no means necessary to do the job that I did. I could have picked any apartment in Los Angeles that was, whatever, that I thought was affordable and convenient to the hours that I was expected to be at that job. You can't make that decision when you're on a military ship. Like, you're out at seas. You can't be like, well, I'm just going to stay in the port. I hope you don't mind. I found a nice little cottage on the edge of town. It's overlooking the sea. I'm just going to stay there. You guys swing by and pick me up if you need me to fix anything on that boat now. What about housing provided in an area that the person otherwise couldn't do the work? The area the person otherwise couldn't do the work. So it's what you're saying, like someone's gonna live in some exorbitantly expensive city and they're gonna only pay a minimum wage. There's no way in the world that person would ever be able to afford to live anywhere near that place. I don't know. That there may be case law on that, because I think the rule, as articulated, was if you had to live there in order to do the job, then it's not considered income. But now the fact that you couldn't afford anywhere else, that's not part of the rule. But you could make that argument. You could try to make that argument. You can make a case for that if the IRS is coming after you. That's definitely an argument that can be made to be like, hey, like, practically speaking, there's no way that I could have done that job if I had to, if I had to like pay market value for an apartment in that town based on what that job paid me. It just could not have happened. the commute is prohibitive. Well, to cite the example of that apartment building where I lived in, there was one maintenance guy that worked there, and I don't know what he made, but I don't think he made a ton of money. And he lived in Palm Desert. Now, this apartment building was near downtown Los Angeles. I don't know if any of you guys know LA, but Palm Desert is not very close to Los Angeles. It's like 90 minutes away. Or more. If you hit traffic, it could take him 4 hours to get home, depending on when he tried to make that drive. But that's where his family was, and that's where his family lived, and so that dude, I'm pretty sure like he burned himself out. Like that dude looked like he was gonna have a heart attack. Like his life was just brutal, but he did it. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I don't think he could have afforded to live any closer in a place that would have been big enough for his family. But I would have considered that, personally, that commute prohibitive. Like, I would have considered that be like, no, I can't do that job with that commute. Given the way that, like, LA traffic can be. It's like, it takes you an hour just to get into the LA metro area, and then you're stuck in traffic for 2 hours to get across the city. You have a decent job, but apartments within walking distance of your office cost about 90% of your salary. So, yeah, no, there's people that do some pretty gnarly commutes, though. So, yeah, if your job offered you a place to live, and it was just for affordability reasons, it would not fall under the rule that I described as being a required, even though in practical terms, like you couldn't afford to live nearby otherwise to be able to do the job. It's not that the rule that was articulated in that case was like literally like in order to perform the functions of the job, you have to be on that site all the time. Like literally you couldn't live across town because your job, you would not be able to perform your job functions if you lived 20 minutes away. Right, which a normal job you could definitely live. That's not prohibitive. 20 minutes is not a bad commute for most jobs. But certain jobs, you got to be there and on call and be available at all times, right? Like a doctor at a hospital. Well, even doctors, they don't necessarily live at the hospital. But an argument could be made, like if there was room and board at a hospital, like, you know, depending on what the situation was, conceivable. But I don't know that that's a thing. And living in Kentucky, working in New York City 3 hours each way. Yeah, that's some pretty steep stuff. The constructors that built the Death Star had free housing? Well, unless they took a little shuttle down to Endor. I don't know. It really depends on what the transportation was like. If they could all get like little shuttles down to little little huts stuff down in Endor, then maybe they maybe it wouldn't be considered essential. My guess though would be if you worked on the Death Star, logistically and for practical purposes, you probably could not commute on a little shuttle off of the Death Star down to the planet every day. Sorry for keeping up. Yeah, I did try to end the stream an hour ago, but you know, sometimes things just run over. Just go on tangents. Sometimes all it needs is for Brad to ask me to read evidence and structured approach, and I just be in just the right mood to do it. It's only I think that's the third time in the past year, Brad, that I've read. You bring it up many times. And I stream it every week without fail. I think that's the third time ever that I've read legal cases during a stream. Yeah. So for those of you who just stumbled across that, that's some pretty lucky stuff right there. I'm not even going to bill you for it, you know? So, but I do have one more special thing for you. I don't like fulfilling your legitimate needs. Oh no, Brad. Well, at least you're not being taxed for it. One more special thing for you guys. It's long overdue. All right. You know what time it is. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Evie? Evie, settle down, for God's sake. You're being so rambunctious. Brad? Knock it off. You're exciting Evie. Oh, wait, I didn't... No, don't be asleep yet. All right. Now, go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now, Brad Pritchard, Evie23, Rask, Jeff Harbo, maybe Nick C, possibly Joss. I don't know. I think he would have said something. I'll be waiting for you in your dream. Maybe Rackets. Probably not. Is Skylar maybe still here? There's quite a few people still here. You should all be asleep by now. You'd be asleep. XVWVX. Go to sleep. Legion? Oh, he took off a while ago. Ephemeral Rockstorm? Go to sleep. You go to sleep. Evie says, ha ha. No, Evie, go to sleep. You're going to get Brad all riled up again. Good night. Good night, everyone.